Good to go. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the study session meeting of October 11th, 2023 to order. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale.
Here.
And Mayor Lamb is absent.
Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes, Mayor.
Thank you,
Mayor
Charlie.
Pro Tem.
City Clerk, would you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The Mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you're a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I do not have any request to speak forms, but if there's anybody here in the audience that would like to provide public comment on anything that's not on the agenda, please raise your hand. And I don't see any hands raised.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have a presentation from Abode Communities.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. We're happy to have with us tonight Holly Benson and she's the president and CEO of Abode Community, and she has several other representatives from Abode here. This is a presentation that will be very similar to what was done for the Sungate community and other interested parties. We did it on Zoom about 6 weeks ago, I think. And so Councilmember Ross has seen this, but I thought the full council should see what the proposal is, and they can give you an update on the grant process if there is anything, but I'll just turn it over to Holly Benson, President and CEO of Abode Communities.
Great. Great, thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting us today to share about our vision for the Desert Extended Stay. As the city manager mentioned, I'm here with a crew of people, and rather than introduce them all, I'm going to let them each come up at their time and introduce themselves. Holly Benson, I'm the president and CEO of Abode Communities, and love to start with just letting you know a little bit about who we are, and then we'll get into the details about our vision for the Desert Extended Stay. So Abode Communities this year is celebrating our 55th anniversary, and so we're very excited about that. We have a long-standing track record starting in the civil rights movement of focused on community development, and that continues to be part of our ethos to this day. Over the years, we've evolved, and fast forward to today, we are a fully integrated organization, nonprofit, that does design, real estate development, property management, and resident services. And we take that multidisciplinary approach to all the work that we do. So here's just some stats about what we've achieved thus far in terms of the number of communities we've developed, the number of homes, et cetera. But what I really want to focus on is the picture here. These are some residents of ours at one of our properties, Monica and George Campos. And when they came to live at one of our properties 10 years ago, they were homeless, living in their car. And by being able to come into one of our developments, it really helped them stabilize their lives. Their son Dominic is autistic, and so it's really helped them give the needs, help him with his needs and whatnot. And more importantly, it's really helped the family thrive. So Monica at this point is in the process of getting her associate's degree in early childhood education. So just we're very people-centered, and while there's a lot of bricks and mortar involved in what we do, we really do focus on the impact that our work has on the people who live in the developments that we own and operate. Where we work, we're all over, it seems these days. We have a long-standing presence in LA County, but we also have a growing, I'd say burgeoning presence in Riverside County. So right at this point, we are currently operating 3 properties in the county, as well as another 4 or 5 properties in our pipeline, including the one we're here to talk to you about today. And then in addition to that, we also have some work that we're doing up in the Northern California area. But I'll have to say Riverside County is our second largest county where we have a presence. Who we serve really reflects the communities that we're working in. So these stats are based on the properties that we have to date, and you'll see it's a variety of people from all different ages. We're doing all different types of housing, whether it's family, senior, supportive. We're serving all different sorts of area median incomes, different income levels, all under the umbrella of affordable housing for people at the lower end of those income levels. And then you'll see that there's a variety of different races and ethnicities we serve. And again, these are really just reflective of the communities where we come into and do our work. One of the things that we really want to spend time with is talking about what is permanent supportive housing and maybe importantly what it isn't. So permanent supportive housing is a very specific model of taking housing and combining it with intense social services that are very individualized to the people who are living in those units. Another thing that supportive housing is highly professional property management with on-site staff. It also includes a lot of amenities, a lot of programming amenities and whatnot. And then finally, it is a proven model that effectively addresses homelessness. Supportive housing is not the current situation at Desert Extended Stay. It is not a transient or temporary kind of housing. It is not shelter housing. This is permanent housing. People are expected to sign leases. They're expected to live by house rules and all of those things. It's not institutionalized. There's just kind of, it's independent living, and it happens to come with all these other benefits. There is no requirement that people have to participate in services, but those services are there for them, and we find that that's a really successful model. We do have extensive experience in supportive housing, and you'll see up here the screen, there's about 6 developments that we have in various stages of near completion, if not already complete. And while we have a lot of experience in non-supportive housing, we really wanted to focus on supportive housing today, given that that is what is proposed for Desert Extended Stay. And in particular, I'm going to invite up Sarah Tsai, who is our Senior Vice President of Business Development, to talk about the project you see in the bottom right-hand corner, Vista Dorada, because it is a really good comparable project to what we're proposing. So with that, I'll give it to Sarah.
Okay, thanks, Holly. And I'm gonna, let's see. There we go. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Vista Dorada, which Councilmember Ross and some of the members of the Sungate community and city staff had an opportunity to come tour this property. And like Holly said, this is, it's actually not that similar to most of what's in our portfolio, but it's very similar to what we're proposing to do at Desert Extended Stay. And so that's why we wanted to just talk about it in a little bit more depth today. So it was a former Ayers Suites Hotel. It's located in the city of Corona, and we used the same funding programs, same partners at the county to convert it into 53 permanent homes that are now serving individuals and couples who have been experiencing homelessness, primarily in Corona, and then pulling from kind of the surrounding areas. The scope of the property, when we purchased it, I will say it was in better condition than the Desert Extended Stay for sure, but it really did include a similar level of need in terms of converting it into permanent housing. So some of the units needed new kitchenettes. Did a lot of work on accessibility, which is something we would need to do at a Desert Extended Stay as well, to just make sure that we're really serving people who have mobility challenges, who are hearing impaired, et cetera. So that was some of the work we did there. And then one of the biggest pieces of the work was actually reconfiguring a lot of the common areas that had one of those really large kind of conference centers and things like that. So breaking up those spaces into spaces that feel more like a residential community, building offices out for the on-site staff that's there. There's both services staff and property management staff that are always, at the site providing services and oversight on the management. We also have somebody from Abode Communities living there on site. So there's kind of eyes at the property at all times. And very similar to what we're proposing at Desert Extended Stay, this was really the fruit of a collaboration with our partners at Riverside County, with the health, same services partners, and then the City of Corona as similarly not a financial partner, but a really important partner in moving the project forward, getting the council. We had kind of very similar meetings with the council members there and the community there to get everybody comfortable with the project. And it is now in operation. We completed the rehab earlier this year, and it's leased up and operating, and so far so good on that one. So I will talk now a little bit more about what we're proposing here. So here's the beautiful Desert Extended Stay. And, this really came out of kind of a similar vision as what the county had at what we did in Corona. So Corona, we found the property, brought it to the county, and said, hey, let's do this together. In this case, the county had identified this as an opportunity to really expand affordable housing in Cathedral City and in the the overall valley, and came to us and said, do you want to do this again? And we gave it a lot of thought toward the hotel, and we see beneath it needs some paint and some love, but beneath that, I think we really do see an opportunity to convert it. As you all are probably familiar, it's, the existing property is a 97-room hotel that is essentially functioning as a combination of temporary and permanent affordable housing right now, but without all of the services and the high quality management that really is needed to make one of these properties successful. So in addition to kind of bringing those pieces, it also just needs a rehab. It needs a pretty extensive rehab, both inside and out. So through the funding that is available from the state, that would really give us the opportunity to give it kind of the necessary investment it needs to become permanent, sustainable housing for the long term. So the rehab would really focus on improving the overall property condition. This even more so needs a lot of accessibility improvements. We would also just increase the number of accessible units. The amenities are somewhat lacking. There is space for them, but it's not necessarily a place where you feel like it's home. It's just a place to kind of sleep right now. And so we'd really try to enhance the amenities to create a better sense of community and pride in living there. And then there does need to be some reconfiguration to make sure that we have the right management spaces for both, or right office spaces for both our management team and our services team. And then similar to the property in Corona, we would have our on-site property management by Abode Communities, and then supportive services for the residents being provided by Riverside University Health System. So same partners, kind of same, everybody working together already in Corona, and so we've got that kind of established partnership to rely on. In addition to just enhancing the overall cosmetic look of the building and the operations, the key thing to turning that property around is the operations and the property management. So with that, I am not a property management person, but we have another Sarah on our team who leads our property management team. And so she's going to come up, I think, and talk a little bit more about what we would be doing here, and especially how we manage our supportive housing projects.
And you're hitting. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Furchtenicht, and I am the Senior Vice President of Property Management for Abode Communities. And so I'm coming here to show you that we have years and years of experience in property management. Currently, our portfolio is 98% occupied, and we, again, do have on-site staff. So we have an on-site community manager. We have on-site maintenance that will work at that, designated at that property. And we always make sure that we have proper janitorial and everything else for the upkeep of the day-to-day of the properties. In our pipeline, we have a regional manager that is also with the director, and then it comes up to me. So we have a full organizational structure in place to manage our properties. We look really closely to make sure that we are creating a sense of community. One of the reasons why our manager is called a community manager, because they are responsible for that community. And we want to, make sure that there is a sense and a feel of a community for everyone that lives at the property. The last thing, we work very, very closely with our partners, and in this instance, it would be our collaboration with the County of Riverside, their Housing and Workforce Solutions, and their behavioral health. So with that, I will pass it on to Marcus.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Marcus Cannon, RUHS Behavioral Health Deputy Director, and here to share a little bit about the supportive services that we provide at properties like this. As mentioned by my colleagues, we've already partnered at a project in Corona, known as Vista Dorada, but then we have quite a few, I'm bumping keys already. Quite a few other projects that we provide supportive services at like this and have for the last 2 decades. Projects both here throughout the Coachella Valley as well as across the county. Close to 20 projects in total currently. And then we also provide supportive services at scattered site locations throughout the county. So what you can see on this slide are the types of services that we do provide. We provide individualized services to people depending on what they need, so it's not one size fits all. But our staff that are on site are a multidisciplinary group, a case management focused staff primarily, helping link people to healthcare, social services supports, any mainstream benefits they may need, and then providing any mental health counseling or substance use services that people need, and ensuring people get to doctor's appointments, get connected to workforce, get connected to the things that they need to be stable and successful. The services on site are provided exclusively to the residents. So this is not a clinic, it's not a place for other people from the community to come. So there's no extra traffic, it's just serving those who live there at the property. As you can see, part of the focus in large part is helping people build daily living skills to be successful, both there in their apartment home as well as in the community, and ultimately for greater self-sufficiency. Lastly, I would add that staff are there during business hours, but we provide a 24-hour on-call line so that residents can call if they have an urgent need, and property management can call as well. I'm sure there will be time at the end for further questions, but that's really a high-level overview of the types of services that our UHS provides at properties like this. Thank you.
Sorry, I realized I should have stayed up here. So I wanted to just give, this is our last slide, because we want to make sure there's time for questions, discussion, but did want to give an update on our anticipated project timeline. So we submitted our application for funding to both Riverside County and the state in July. The county acted much quicker on it, so we've secured that funding, but we are still waiting on word from the state. They did their very first batch finally of awards today, actually, they announced them, but it was just a small portion of the total funds. They've told us we should expect to hear now in November. So we were originally hoping for September based on what they did the last time around, but this time it's taking them a little bit longer. So we hope to hear on that funding in November. If that goes ahead as planned, we would utilize their funding and close on the acquisition of the site around March, and very quickly start construction on the rehab. It is not a super long timeline if you're familiar with affordable housing. So, we're looking at about a 9-month rehab period with our general contractor to complete the work. And then, while many of the residents we anticipate will qualify to stay, some won't. And so this is a pretty conservative lease up, but sometimes these supportive housing projects, it takes a little bit longer to get everybody in and settled. So we'd anticipate, complete occupancy by March of 2025, and then, operating as affordable housing for the next 55 years that's kind of the plan and the timeline and where we are today. And we've committed to both the city and the Sungate community, that as we know more on the timeline, as it adjusts, we'll continue to update. But at this point, we're a bit at the mercy of the state on this one. And I think that is our last slide, so happy to move on to questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Council, I don't have in line if somebody wanted to speak. Okay. It's not showing up here, so why don't we just start down there?
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too. And it's nice to see some folks from Sungate here as well. I'm hoping that Darlene got to share with them. We absolutely drilled you in a not so pleasant way for a couple of hours. And it's because, you know, the city means so much to us and the people here. We thought, you know, we had some crazy ideas of we could bring people in from out of state, or there could be, you know, just drop in and you get a place to stay. And we learned over those hours of drilling that actually wasn't true. That it's relatively difficult to get a place here. I don't even think my microphone's on. Maybe it is. It's difficult to get a place here. You have to go through an extensive background check, of which it's a golden ticket when you do get it, because if you do anything to be removed then from this program, there are no other programs of equality that would accept you. They're looking for high-level tenants who appreciate and need the help, and in exchange, they're going to get a wonderful place to live and an opportunity to change their lives. I probably was shocked financially and I've been inside the facility and I've looked at the rooms, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but they are going to spend many, many tens of thousands of dollars per room to fix this facility up. It is going to be maybe superior to how that building has looked in the last 30 years. So it's a real step in the right direction as far as how it will look and who it can help. I am slightly concerned, and I will ask you this question about funding, because my understanding was, I think you had to have something done in October from the owner. Did you just have a contract through October? No.
No, so our contract takes us, we have quite a bit of time still on our contract, and we have a contingency, basically, a financing contingency, so we don't have to close until we get our funding award. So we have some time with the owner as well.
So I somehow remembered an October date. Is that
we were hoping that we would have news. First, we thought maybe September, but we thought for sure by October. The state had committed to giving responses to the funding request within 60 to 90 days. We're now past 60 days and into that, next 30. So that was the October date. We thought by the time we came to you today, we would have a definite answer from the state, and unfortunately we don't.
I am fairly sure that there will be many people listening that are in that same situation. I can remember trying to close on properties, just sure that payment was going to come in on the 15th, and now it's the 18th and the 21st and the 29th, so I do understand that those things don't actually follow the timeline we'd like them to. One of the things I want to share with the people of Sungate who are, I'm going to call them my people. I don't own them. There's a few I'd like to own, but, mostly I don't own them. And there, of course, are concerns. Of course there are. I mean, there'd be concerns if they were moving in 90 millionaires, There's going to be concerns. But this is such a gain from what we have now. Such a step in the right direction. And honestly, it is almost without heart if we cannot look at homelessness and the problems that the people, not just in Cathedral City, but all over California, and I am to guess all over the United States, need this help so badly. I'm sounding so pro this. I want you to know how awful we were to these ladies when we were at the presentation. We pounded them with the hardest and the most difficult and sometimes unreasonable questions because we also were fearful. and we weren't sure how that was going to work in a cathedral city. And as much as I love all of you at Sungate, this is also my city, you know, and have to think about how it's going to best work for everybody here. Darlene and her husband were there, and I think she can attest that as the meeting went, you could see us flip. You could see us go from an absolute no when we walked through the door to a 98% yes as we walked out the door. And we're willing to talk to people who were fearful and being able to explain that this is, in my opinion, I'm not attaching Darlene to this conversation, but in my opinion, the best move forward for our city and Desert extended stay, not leaving it how it is today, but making it something better for our future. Okay, so I did have one last question, and then I'll let that go. And I would like you, and this probably, maybe it's a Marcus question. No, maybe it's not Marcus. Maybe it's Greg question. I don't know. Who covered before what the tenants had to go through, what the potential tenants had to go through? Was that you? Okay. Before they would get any kind of an offer to have an abode.
Good afternoon.
That's right. I'm sorry. Now I do remember. It was.
I was in the back. It's hard to see. Mike Walsh, Assistant Director, Housing and Workforce, Riverside County Housing Workforce Solutions. As part of our job as an
Mike,
assistant.
get your mouth a little closer to the microphone.
Sorry, I was doing karaoke last night. Probably should know better.
Sure.
So, part of our duty is one of our divisions is the Housing Authority. As part of the Housing Authority assistance, anyone who moves in will have to go through a background check that makes sure they meet all of the requirements for anything that was happened as of the last 5-year window of time. 5-year window of time. That goes through our initial screening, and then before that, like they will get a bit of a referral over from Marcus's team over at as a referral over to us, and so they've already done a set of vetting. We'll go through a vetting and making sure they meet all of the criminal background check pieces, make basic eligibility. We then refer it over to the Abode property management team, and where Abode will then do a further background check that meet their own internal tenant selection criteria. So by the time the person is actually selected, they've actually been vetted by 3 independent agencies, and if there are any violations in between, oftentimes there may be things that pop up that we need to have a conversation with pieces that with selected partners, the city included, and then we work through those pieces, making sure they're following along all fair housing guidelines, but all consistent with the guidelines of all the programs, and making sure that the people that are living there and the residents surrounding that know that these are people that want to stay housed, they want to be within these situations, and they're not going to be causing long-term issues over time, because I think I would say for the stuff that Housing Authority owns ourselves, it takes so much more effort and costs a lot more money to remove someone after they've moved into the housing rather than addressing it on the front end. And so I think that's like a shared benefit for all parties, to making sure that people that are in here are being as successful as possible. And part of that is looking at the past track record of where they've been previously.
And you were the one that used the term golden ticket. Once they get that golden ticket.
I must have watched Willy Wonka before seeing you, but the idea is I think I just get an idea of magnitude of what families are on the housing choice voucher are waiting. Like our waiting list for a Section 8 voucher is over 100,000 people, families, countywide. So in order for you to actually get a voucher, you're having to wait, if you're just a regular family, probably 8-10 years in order to get something. And in this instance, and why we like the idea of project basing in locations, we're able to place it at a location in cities and expand the overall supply of affordable housing, working in conjunction with our team like behavioral health and Abode and others to make it successful. But when someone gets called and say that they have a voucher, have a place to stay, it is like getting a golden ticket. It's maybe not as great as winning the Powerball lottery that's coming up tomorrow. But I think for a lot of families that are been on the street, that are living on, they're staring on someone else's couch, that their cousin's couch, they just want to get off the couch. Those types of families will qualify to live here. And this is it removes in some of the financial barrier, because the Housing Authority and the voucher are paying basically the majority of their rent. So, as Marcus's team and our team at our HWS, we want to get those folks connected to workforce and jobs. There's a lot of jobs here in the downtown section of Cathedral City that need workers, and how do we work in conjunction with these businesses to get these folks trained to qualify to work in these jobs. And so these are all we see this as establishing a place of home, the start, is such a tremendous benefit. And I would say our first interaction with this property owner was not the best, where we came to find out that he didn't have authorization to have long-term stays there. And I had a nice chat with your code enforcement officer about why that was, and having to work through those issues. And we want to take, as much as we want to improve housing throughout, we want to, especially in these sort of issues, if there are substandard housing conditions in place, if we can do things that are a lot faster, a lot more economical, because this is a lot less expensive than it is to do new construction. It's something we would really like to do, and we appreciate the council for this time and ongoing partnership. And I would say that I've told this Councilman Ross, the city manager, early on, if you all said, no way, no how, we never wanted to do this, it's like, all right, life's too short. We can find this, but we think this is a value add for both the city of Cathedral City and the county more broadly. But I'm here to answer any questions.
That is true. That is true. Mike, just say that from the beginning. You don't want it, we don't come.
I have a question for you before you leave. Now, when you talk about vetting, are you talking about financial, criminal, or mental health? Can you tell us a little bit about what you mean by that?
The easiest one is maybe criminal background check. So you do a background check and see what any sort of felonies that have popped up or misdemeanors that are coming up on someone's record. There's also credit background check, basically where their past rental history is and those sort of things. And I forget what the minimum is for your credit score, but there is credit scores that minimums that come into play here. In terms of mental health, we cannot discriminate based on mental health requirements. That's a fair housing issue. But what we say is why we have the wraparound services on site and why that we see that as so important is because availability and proximity, and we have folks, case managers, that will go knock on the door and offering up services, and we know that it's you may say no today, but you may not say no tomorrow. And by having people on site and regularly know the names and see people and having those, it's sort of why as staff, why we like folks in the office is for those water cooler conversations, bumping people into the hall where you oftentimes get more information than if you get something through an email or a flyer or a blast. And so that's a part of the reason we can't discriminate based off of folks' mental health or any sort of medical requirements. But we're making available people to resources and the services that allow them to be most successful long term.
Thank you.
And Mike, I recall, and correct me if I'm mistaken, that there were some even less than felony things you would look for.
Yeah, I
Can't be somebody who pulls your pants down regularly. You know, those.
I wouldn't have used that example, but
Actually, he did use it. He's just saying that today. He didn't say it quite like that.
Agree to disagree, or a selective memory. But yes, if there are persistent issues that are popping up on someone's from a misdemeanor or other sort of issues, they would pop up on a background check policy, whether that is on our policy or within abode communities and background. And if it's something that is popping up persistently, for example, if we were to use the example that you mentioned, and someone is caught for urination in public, and they're urinating in public because they don't have any other place to because they're homeless, and that's not necessarily a persistent issue in terms of a sexual offender sort of issue, because sexual offender is a red line of the no. Then yes, we potentially could work through those sort of things, but these are things that would pop up on a background check, and they would be able to work through the team. How does this move forward? Because I'm speaking probably too much for Abode, but I think for all of us, we want to see this successful, and we want to see as few calls from the police and everyone else, because the downstream, as these calls happen, then I get a phone call from Councilmember Ross of it's Mike, you said all of these things wouldn't take place, and I don't want to have that as part of my day. So, but I know that's not going to happen, because I can tell you right now, the Corona project, same conversations we're having here, I haven't received one call in the close to a year that it's been open, and I'm just getting nothing but like positive calls from the city council there about the success there, that they are going and showing it off to HUD and to the state and others like related to us, and so they're taking this as their project. And sometimes a little jealous, like, we put in the money to make this work. You can at least give us a little bit of credit. But like, what the big goal is, there's 53 households there that are housed, and these were some of the hardest to house people in the city of Corona. And I think with the team with behavioral health, the team at the city of Corona and Abode, this has been able to make this happen.
You say you get no phone calls. Did you give him the right number?
No, I gave him the city of Indio. Like, it's my city. No, I'm kidding. This is a joke, if anyone's listening from Indio. So.
That's for me.
Right. Thank you for that, Mike. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Ross, for all the work that you put in on this. I can see your passion for it. It's really positive. Councilmember Gregory.
Thank you. So I did have a question about how you select who you have in there, so I think you covered that. So, and I think it was in the presentation already mentioned that not everyone that's there in the short-term housing that's going on now is going to qualify. So what would be the process then to weed that out or make the selection? And then those that are going to stay, are they going to be able to stay during rehab, or how are you going to handle that?
Yeah, so I will give the first stab and ask Sarah to step in. So everybody who lives there now will go through that same vetting process you just heard. And so they'll have to go through all those criteria. And if anyone falls out of those criteria, we will provide permanent relocation assistance to them. And that assistance is financial as well as provide services to help them find other housing that is more appropriate for them. So that's kind of how you deal with that grouping of people who maybe just don't qualify. As far as the rehab when people are living there, there's a couple of different ways we can handle it. It'll really depend upon working with the contractor and their means and methods. But some ways in which we've dealt with this in other similar properties is if we have a couple of vacancies, we will do the rehab on those units and then use those as hospitality units and rotate people through those while we do the rehab on their unit. Alternatively, if that doesn't lend itself, we can always, put people up in a nearby hotel for a couple nights or whatnot. Ideally, we're trying to do rehab in a way that does not actually displace people overnight, but it really is going to depend on the depth and the breadth of the
So you're not
scope.
seeing it would have to be like the whole property vacant for some months or something while this is going on?
Correct,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So RUHS, Marcus, you talked a little bit about the services that would be provided, and it was, of course, it's individualized, so you talked about some broad-based examples as workforce and those types of things. Are the services you're talking about or that you provide in other places, are these one-on-one services? Are they groups? Can you give us some examples about how that works in some of the other places that you're doing this and how you would see it happening here?
Sure, happy to do that. So some of both. Each individual at move-in would get an individualized assessment to figure out what is it that people need. And then from there, there's both individual counseling or therapy if that's needed, a one-on-one with a counselor and the individual. We also provide groups that are focused on what people need, so there's various types of groups. Some are what we would call a vocational group, things like your daily living, looking for a job, etc. Others would be treatment groups focused on anxiety or depression or grief and loss, things like that. There would be also individual services in that our staff would provide transportation, so to help people get to a doctor's appointment or get to Social Security or go apply for a job, sort of the things that people need to do, but if they don't have transportation of their own, can become difficult to do. A similar example that you may know is we partner on a property, Cathedral Palms, here in Cathedral City. It's the same model where a housing developer has rehabilitated a property and we have on-site staff providing supportive services to the residents. So that's been a success there, and we've had really high retention of residents staying and being successful. Those are the types of examples.
And did I hear there was some screening of the need for each individual services before they actually moved there?
The state funding that's tied to this home key requires that referrals come through the county coordinated entry system, and that's a system designed to screen to ensure that we're serving people who are homeless or chronically homeless or at risk of chronic homelessness. And so that screening looks at that to make sure that people meet that criteria, and it also looks at people's needs and their length of time homeless.
Okay, so you have some idea that these are going to be people that are going to fit in the model or the parameters of services that you plan to offer.
Correct.
Before they move there. So you don't just have people move there and then say, well, you really need these other services. We don't offer them here, but you're already here. That type of thing.
The screening criteria for coordinated entry are really about the homelessness and to have a high service need. But to answer your question specifically, our staff's job, even if they're not the expert in providing that service, if I'm a mental health counselor and I'm not an expert in physical health care, I still need to make sure my person gets to the doctor's appointment. Or I may not be an expert in job readiness, but my person wants to go back to school. My job is to help them apply and navigate that process.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to hit at and trying to get through my head is this balance of you have these services and they're offered, but they're not required to avail themselves of the services. So now I understand there's a process, so I appreciate that being explained how somebody actually gets there. But if they get there and they get that golden ticket and they move in and then they decide, I'm here, and since most of it's being paid for, I can just hang out and not necessarily address what's going on with them, just hang out, roam the neighborhood, have my friends over. It's my house, right? Have my friends over, this kind of thing. That's not what anybody wants. That's not what you want or what the model you've talked about. So how is that addressed?
So I think in two or three ways. Obviously, all the concerns you bring up are valid and the kinds of concerns that we share. I think first and foremost is that these are still tenants with a lease with all the obligations thereof.
So they have rules.
Yes.
You say they don't have to participate in the services, but there are. Right. And that part wasn't really. I mean, it's an assumption, but maybe we can talk about some of the behaviors that are acceptable or not acceptable that would trigger something beyond just a refusal to participate in services.
Sure.
I'm going to invite Sarah back up to talk about our house rules and exactly that point of, I think, well, let you do the talking.
All right. So we have our on-site staff there also, and we partner with our, will be Marcus this time, but with whoever the service provider is to try to make sure that our residents have the opportunity to stay housed and to correct the behavior that they're doing wrong. So if there's a laundry list of things that they must comply with, but mainly, the quiet and enjoyment of that all residents have the right to enjoy their space. So if I have one that's playing loud music and having people over, that's when we would be counseling them. And if the verbal, we see no action, then they get the written warnings. At the same time, we're working with our partner to say, hey, if you can meet with this resident, their housing is at risk. And, explain the parameters. If this behavior continues.
Okay, that's good. So there's a coordination of that. And I guess that's
so
what I'm trying to get at, because life isn't so simple sometimes.
Right? Yeah. This file gets documented with all of our attempts to correct the behavior that's not getting corrected. And so when we have to file for eviction, we usually try to work to have them rehoused. Right, that the goal is not to file for eviction and now they're homeless on the street again.
Right.
So if they aren't going to work at this community, maybe they would be successful at a different community. Oh. We work with our partners on that. But worst case scenario, they are evicted. We have a file now that documents every attempt that we could to try to work with this resident, and they still continue to not follow the rules and cause a disturbance at the site.
Okay. And I appreciate that, because what you're talking about is bringing in people with real issues, and you're going to be vetting them. But I think you even said the people that often get placed are the ones that are the hardest to place, which means that they need services and they have real real world issues. So they may be able to get through the screening and come in, they have depression, that triggers certain behaviors that could be detrimental to others or the neighborhood. And so that's why I wanted to hear, and I am hearing a lot of this, that there's a coordination, and because it says they don't have to participate in the services. Well, that may be well and good, but that
They still
one would
have to be a good
anticipate
neighbor.
that there's going to be behaviors then that are going to affect not just them, but others that may be attributed to be something that needs to be dealt with. But if they aren't willing to deal with it, where's that balance as to, they can't continue to disturb the other residents or the neighborhood.
Right, and there's also a lot of compliance with it too. They get recertified, there's they have to keep their documents ready. There's a lot of things that require that partnership with our service providers.
So even if they don't want to
keep
purchase into services, they're still required to
interact.
have some interaction and recertify. Okay, that's...
Yeah, there's still a constant interaction.
And council member, if I may add one other thing. The individuals may not be required to participate in the behavioral health services, but that doesn't mean that our behavioral health staff aren't required to go see them. And so we require our staff to make face-to-face contact at minimum of one time weekly. Some people might need support daily, but our staff, even if Mr. Gregory says, no thanks, I don't want anything, our staff are still going back every week saying, hey, how are you, sir? We're happy you moved in.
Especially if you're getting feedback that they may be saying they don't want anything, but if you're getting feedback that there are behaviors that are demonstrating that they need some type of intervention, or else, there's going to have to be the can you live here intervention go on. So it sounds like that piece is well covered then. All right, well, thank you very much. That makes it much clearer to me, and I appreciate your answers.
There was one other thing that came up during this that I think it's really important for people to hear, because it was important. I thought it was important for me to hear, and that is that you don't pick somebody, you move them in, it doesn't work, and you throw them out in Cathedral City. They didn't come from Cathedral City, they don't have any money, and they're out on the streets here. And that was, one of my concerns before I knew about who you were is, are we inviting just future problems for our own sake? I want to be sympathetic and compassionate, like I believe most humans do, but at the same time, we have a responsibility for our people who are already here. And we want new people to come and be, productive members of our society. And you assured me then, and I'm sure you can assure everybody now, that that's not your modus operandi.
Correct.
That's right.
Great questions, great dialogue. Thank you very much. Before I open for public comments, I wanted to see...
I have a couple of questions.
Oh, you're not, you're back up. Okay.
Now, this property consists of 72 studios, 12 one-bedroom, and 13 two-bedroom. What type of potential tenants do you think will be occupying this property?
So we're kind of limited by what's allowed by code, and typically I think the math is something like the studios have a maximum of 2 people, and the two bedrooms have a maximum of 5 people. So it's going to be a variety of individuals and families.
Okay. And this property, if it goes through, if everything goes through, it will be considered, you can say, low income then?
Yeah, well, I think the nomenclature is affordable housing, which is a defined term of serving people with lower incomes. And that is typically how we talk about it. I would say it's already doing that it's already serving that, and this is just bringing that more professional management, professional services to that. And, maybe changing it from a lowercase affordable housing to an uppercase, more defined term.
Okay. And how much do you estimate to put into this property for reconstruction or remodeling?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Sarah to answer that question.
Per unit,
Per
if you
unit.
have.
So right now, this includes with both the acquisition and the rehab. I think the per unit is about $280,000 per unit. Of that, about a third of that is just hard construction costs. About a third of that is the acquisition cost, and then there's all sorts of soft costs and reserves and contingency and things like that make up kind of the balance of it. Mike knows this well. We as developers of a lot of new construction know this well. That's probably, sadly, about half of what it costs these days. to build new construction. So it's certainly a much more efficient way of utilizing the county funding and the state funding.
Oh, okay. And if you do get this money from the state and you do all this construction, do you have to go by the state's mandated wages?
Yes, so the state's funding does require us to pay prevailing wages. This project, we believe, will qualify for the residential prevailing wages, but we will be paying those higher wages.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. All right, thanks. As I was saying before I open to public comments, I see Greg Rodriguez in the building here. Would you like to, he works with Manny Perez. Would you like to say just a few words? This is the busiest man in the county of Riverside. He does such great work with homeless, affordable housing, and thank you for coming here tonight.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Ross that, we know there's a lot of opposition when projects like this come forward, but through the education process, we tend to make people believers in this. Mark, you know the need. I know all of you know the need, not only in the Coachella Valley, but specifically in Cathedral City as well. And that's not just to address homelessness, but it's really just affordable housing. And those, to Mike's point, those that are working within the city and can't afford to live in the city, you're a little better off than, say, Palm Springs, Rancho Roger, Indian Wells, but that still your cost of living is rising. I would also attest to the ability of Abode Communities and their track record. And as you've seen the Corona property and some of the Sungate residents as well, what they did as far as how nice it looks, but to Mike's point as well is a lot of the fears that are brought up just do not come to fruition. And study after study shows that. Property values do not decline. Crime does not increase. There is more control of the environment, and especially with this property, because to Abode's comments and to the council members' comments, it's not being run right now. And there's more potential right now for problems that have been experienced on that property than what this would be. So I would just offer our support, and even though I'm not with the supervisor anymore, I'm still with the county, so, but just in a little bit larger role. So I'm even busier. But, he's very supportive of these types of projects and likes to see them spread out throughout the 4th District as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Greg. Okay, we have a few minutes. Can we open up for public comments?
So I didn't receive any request to speak forms for this item, but if there's anyone here that would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. If you could just come up and state your name for the record. Terry, can you wait? He's coming up.
I'm sorry. Lee Durlack. I live at Sungate with Darlene, my wife. And it's not a criticism at all, but really more a question. I'm curious.
Stand close to the microwave because people at home are listening to you. You got thousands and thousands of people watching.
Millions of people at home. My question is that we went on the tour to the Vista Dorado property. Is that the right name? And went inside, and the main difference between the building is that at the Vista Dorado property, there's one door that everybody uses to come in and go out, and the staff is right there. So, and we talked to the manager of the property, and she said, I know them for first name basis. I know when they're here. I know when they're not. If I need to talk to somebody, I know when I can. This hotel here is kind of like those old hotels where the doors are all facing out onto they go right onto the parking lot on two sides, and then various entrances on sidewalks to get up the stairs and in. So my question for Abode is what their plan is to address, is there anything that they can do to make up that gap?
Okay, what we can do is when they'll meet you in the hallway, you can ask whoever who wants to answer that question for them out in the hallway, meet out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're very welcome. I thought I saw Terry.
I worked in Santa Clara County as an occupational therapist doing case management in county mental health. And it was a wonderful experience and a very difficult experience in that the population with severely mentally ill is very hard to house and keep housed. But we had wonderful case managers that made sure our clients' needs were met, and when they got into trouble, we were always on it. You want this population housed. I mean, we want people housed, period. It creates much less hassles, and unfortunately, it's often the streets or jail. So I think that this plan is a wonderful plan, and I'm glad to see it happen. Thank you.
So are we. Thank you. Come on up.
Can you please state your name for the record for me?
Mary Beth Hunt, and I'm a resident of Sungate. And I just have some concerns. My husband and I used to manage retirement communities, and we were 24/7, 2 sets of managers. So my question is, there's an on-site manager. Well, that one on-site manager can't cover 24 hours. And some of the issues we have at Sungate don't happen Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So my concern is, what are the off hours when the manager's not there? How is that handled?
Okay. That's a great question, Mary Beth. So out in the foyer, we're going to break at 4. Ask one of the Abode staff members, and I'm sure they'll take time to answer that for you.
Thanks, Mark.
You're very welcome. Good seeing you again. Anyone else? Okay. Council, any last words or comments? No? Well, that's
You
it.
have your opportunity to meet those guys out there. Don't, use them. Don't abuse them, but make sure you get your questions answered.
Okay, well, we're going to adjourn right now. We're going to break until 4 o'clock, and then we'll come back and we'll have a presentation from Desart Performs. So we're going to take a little break and special presentation at 4 o'clock. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we have a special presentation. Charlie, would you like to take it from here?
Sure, and I think we'll start with the Parks and Community Events Commission. The Free Summer Kids movie series from the Cathedral City Parks and Community Events Commission, in partnership with the Mary Pickford Theater, experienced record crowds in 2023, and it wasn't even close to compared to previous years. Over 1,100 kids took advantage of the opportunity to enjoy a free movie geared towards kids. And this summer, as hot as it was in July, I think that was particularly important for them to have that. The commissioners also offered free water and a small popcorn for the first 50 kids at each event during the 8-week period from June 16th to August 4th. We'd like to recognize the Parks and Community Events Commissioners this evening for their commitment to providing free activities our families can enjoy. Excuse me. So, the commissioners that are here, well, I'm going to call all of their names and then come up if you are here. Aaron Highland, the chairperson. Antonio Bashu, the vice chair. Richard Martinez. Mario Jimenez. And Angel Herrera. Here she comes. Here she comes. Okay, now we're also honored to be able to recognize Deanne Hopings. Deanne served on our Public Arts Commission and was the chairperson of the Public Arts Commission for part of the time that she was on it. And significant in her term as chairperson of the Public Arts Commission, the Ophelia Bringus Bridge project was completed, which has beautiful artwork that is part of that bridge and will be there for generations to come for people to enjoy. So Deanne, thank you for your passion and your service to our community, and the council would like to recognize that service. Thank you.
glasses. We good to go? Good to go. Okay. This has really kind of been a fun study session so far. A lot of good stuff happening. Right now, we're going to have a special presentation with Desart Performs. Welcome.
Thank you. Council members, thank you for this invitation. We are very excited to share a little bit about Desart Performs. The reason that we've reached out to you is because we are a 16-year-old nonprofit theater company in Palm Springs, and we are on a campaign to move to Cathedral City. And we wanted to share some stuff about our history and what we're about and what we hope we can contribute to your community.
Excuse me, what name do you go by?
Desart Performs?
No, you.
Oh, that would be Michael. No, Michael Shaw. I'm the founding artistic director. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I just had to get Desart out there so fast. I am Michael Shaw. I'm the founding artistic director. I have been with the company since its beginning in 2008. And there's my name, council member. We have humble beginnings. In 2008, we actually opened a small theater company in an art gallery in South Palm Springs at Desart One Gallery, hence our name, Desart Performs. Over the years, we spent many years in the early times producing new work, unpublished work. We wanted to develop and promote playwrights. Coming from Los Angeles and working in the community there, I have a strong passion for new work. And so we used it as an incubator to bring new works to this desert area. We had at the time 15 to 20 chairs that we folded out. Every performance that we did, we would use local talent. We did play readings. We eventually developed an annual play reading series, which turned into a long-term series that we did at our theater company. As things happened, 2011 was the result of the 2008 crash, so unfortunately the gallery had closed down, so we had to find a new home. So in the summer of 2011, we actually found a new home at the Palm Springs Women's Club, which has served us incredibly well for the last 14 years, and we are currently housed there. We are actually doing our 16th season there, starting in 3 weeks. But let me give you a little bit of a flavor of what we've been up to for the last 15 years. Thank you, Tracy. So that gives you a little bit about what we've been up to for the last 15 years. In 2018, we were awarded by Equity, which is the Professional Actors Union. We have been designated as a small professional theater company, one of 2 professional theater companies here in the Coachella Valley, the other company being Coachella Valley Rep, which is right up the street. Right next door, actually. And we share that honor with that company. And since then, we have continually produced award-winning productions. This is our last fall production of Choir Boy and A Bright New Boise, which were recently awarded Best Drama and Comedy. We also strive to bring an incredible amount of diversity to our stage. We hire local and Southern California actors from across the region. And as you can see, we work on an incredibly small space, and our designers pull off miracles every time we do a show at the Women's Club. Over the years, we've grown quite robustly with our ticket sales. Obviously, there was a year where things got a little bit harried, and we've had to skip a season. But in spite of COVID, we continue to see growth in our theater company. This is a projection of, not a projection, but these are actually ticket sales to date going into our new season. So we are up 17% to date from ticket sales last season at this time. So we continue to grow. We reach out to more of our community, and we're incredibly thrilled and proud of that work that we do. In 2019, we pulled together a strategic planning process and feasibility study. Because we have continued to grow at the Women's Club, we have outgrown the space. We've long outgrown the space at 83 seats. We are selling out constantly, and so a long-term wish of mine was to have our own space and our own theater company. So in 2019, we moved ahead with a strategic plan, and then we created an objective to have a permanent theatrical venue in the Valley. In 2025, that is our goal, to secure a permanent theater-built performance that will house 120 to 150 persons. And that's what we're here to share with you today, that path that we are on to fulfill that dream. To tell you a little bit about that journey that we've taken to get a new space, I'd like to introduce Eric Cheel, who is Secretary of our board.
Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon, City Council members and City staff. Thank you for this opportunity. As Michael suggested, it's been about 5 years that the Des Arts Performs board has been talking about, or has foreseen the imminence of our need to move into a larger space, and a space that we had more control over. And it was really when the pandemic shut everything down about 3 years ago that we had the luxury of time to really make this a primary focus of our work. And our planning eventually became, or is becoming, a 5-act play of progress. And so let me share with you what those acts are like. Act 1 was identifying potential candidate venues for ourselves. And what you see here are pages from a book that was almost 40 pages long that identifies all of the individual properties throughout the region that we thought could work out for us. Act 2 was finding the right architect for us, and we developed a list. The first list was just of architects. That was about 12 people deep, and we interviewed several of them and made our decision. What you're looking at here is actually Act 3, and that was our list of potential theater designers. As competent as the local architects are, they're not a general architect doesn't have as part of his portfolio designing theaters. That is a specialty, and we knew that in order to do this right, we would need to engage the services of a professional theater design consultancy, and we put together a list of about 50 of them nationwide, and we made our selection, which brought us to Act 4, which is return, now that we had our team in place, returning to the list of potential venues and making a selection from among them. And we considered such factors as, is there adequate parking? Is the space properly configurable for a theater for our needs? Is the square footage adequate to our purposes? What are the nearby businesses like? Can we find a place that feeds off of us and that we could feed off of? And then there was the geographic location, and that too was a business decision, because we had such a large and dedicated audience base in Palm Springs, and we wanted to make sure that we remained close enough to them so that we didn't become too distant. But on the other hand, we recognized that our growth area, our area of greatest growth, is down valley, and we wanted a place too that it would get us closer to the growth. And so we balanced all of those factors for all of the candidate sites, and it's the one that we eventually settled on that brings us here today. And with that selection, the curtain came down on Act 4, the research act of our play, and the curtain is now rising on Act 5, which is the planning and build out. And for that, I return you to Michael.
Thank you, Eric. What you're looking at is an overhead view. Just a moment. No, my What you're looking at is 67575 East Palm Canyon Drive. Highlighted on the upper center area is the location that we are looking at. It is a 4,400 square foot storefront right next to the Eisenhower facility. It met all of our needs in requirements for having a large enough space for a 120-seat theater, 2 dressing rooms, a lobby, and patio area and restroom facilities for that many people. That is a facade picture of the location. It is currently unoccupied, obviously, and we have been in discussions with our design team to turn this wonderful little storefront into a state-of-the-art theatrical venue. And there I am again. The campaign that we launched last year is called the Next Stage Capital Campaign, an exciting path to a new home. Our team includes Michael Katsibas, who is the co-founder and CEO of CAP Studios out of Los Angeles. He is our architect and has worked with developing properties here in the Valley. He seemed like a really great fit for us after interviewing a number of architects. Our theater designer, who helps us actually outfit the space with proper sound and lighting and seating, is Michael Ferguson. Michael Ferguson is the founding principal of Theater DNA. Again, they are out of Los Angeles. And then our landlord and developer is with Grit Development. President is Michael Braun. Vice President is Octavio Fernandez. One of the criteria we had for hiring people was apparently having the first name of Michael. I just realized that. Many of you may know Michael's projects here in the Valley as well. This is a schematic and a layout of the floor plan. If you go to the bottom right, there is a lobby, bar area, seating on the outside for a patio. Restrooms are on the lower left-hand corner. We have a stage area, which is actually a configurable stage area that can accommodate any number of productions or performances. The stage is very fluid. The seating specifically that we are going to install is movable. And then as you go to the upper part of the schematic, we have 2 equity-sanctioned restrooms, office space, and a backstage area with a roll-up door so we can load in sets. Part of the planning for this was to accommodate the equity union's requirements in hiring union actors. So these meet all of those standard requirements in order to have what is called an SPT, or Small Professional Theater Agreement, with the union. This is a facade elevation of the theater. Our goal is to announce very shortly the naming of the building will be called the Desart Playhouse, which will be the building that actually is the home of Desart Performs. This is a rendering of the outside of the building with an all-glass facade. One more shot that looks right into the lobby area. And this is one view from the patio area. This is an initial drawing rendering of the seating configuration in what's called a 3/4 round. There is no formal stage. The reason that we decided to have a flat floor was so that we wanted the configuration to be flexible, so we can do any number of productions or any number of performances in the space. In this particular case, this is considered a proscenium performance or production where the audience is entirely in front of the stage. This is a configuration of a 3/4 round with the stage actually surrounded by all 3 sides of an audience. This is a cabaret setting. Again, the seats are designed to be totally movable and removable and configure as in this particular case, if we have stand-up comedy or a cabaret setting, we will set up cabaret tables and totally change the space to meet the needs of the performance. Next stage, exciting path to a new home. I'd like to share with you a little teaser of our designs that we are promoting for this new campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled with the prospect of coming into your community and sharing professional theater with your community. We feel that it's a really good fit. My husband and I have lived here for 12 years from Los Angeles. We obviously travel the valley. We dine in as many restaurants as we can, and we know many, many of your businesses and leaders in this area. So we are excited to be a part of your community, and we hope that you are as excited as we are about the prospects. I will take any questions if you have any.
Sure. I believe Nancy Ross.
I just want to share with you how wonderful your location is. So one of my favorite restaurants, Oceans, is on the corner.
Yes.
Next door is the Desert Democrat headquarters. I don't need to say anything. Next to that is one of my masseuse, Nancy's Thai Massage. And next to that is Eisenhower, where my doctors are. I mean, it's like you just built this for me. And I appreciate it. I'll be there all the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ernesto.
Thank you. Sounds like a great project. Now, can you tell us if it's seasonal? Do you operate year-round, or is it seasonal?
Yes, to answer your question up front is, yes, it is. Our plan is to have it seasonal. Not seasonal, year-round, definitely year-round. One of the challenges that we have right now in the Women's Club is we can't operate during the summer with the the structure that we're in currently, we can't keep it cooled, and we are a tenant in that building. So the Women's Club doesn't have any kind of events during the summer because of that. One of the reasons why we've long looked for a new place is because we want to be able to expand our programming. One of the things that I didn't touch upon, but I'd like to share with you, is that we have an internship program through Palm Springs High School, and we tutor and mentor Palm Springs High School drama students. We bring them in and they work with our professionals in areas of lighting and design and costuming. And we also award students from Palm Springs High School drama with scholarships every year. So what we'd like to do, one of our long-term wishes is to have a student program, a summer theater program. And this space would allow us to do that. We're clearly, obviously, designing it so it can facilitate the heat and we can do things in it year-round. Most of us probably know that the cabaret scene here, the performing arts, is robust even in the summer. We're always looking for something to do in the summer. So we want to be able to also provide that facility for outside organizations to be a part of us, the Gay Men's Chorus, any number of cabaret singers, musical acts. The performing arts is not, as we all know, not just live theater. There's a lot of talent here in the desert that we would really like to showcase on our stage, and we've designed it to be flexible for any number of organizations to come in and use the space.
You kind of answered my next question, which is you have different performances every so often.
Currently, so we produce 4 shows during the season. We're in rehearsals actually as of this past Monday. So we're in rehearsals through October 31st, and then we'll open our first show November 3rd. We run for 10 performances over a 2-week period, and then we go into rehearsals for the next show, and that show will open in late December, and then that will run for 2 weeks, and so on. So we run right now through April, the middle to late April.
Now, the current space, you're saying you have about 400 per performance. How many do you think you'll have in the new location if it works out?
So it's not 400 per performance. You mean total occupancy for the run of the show?
Correct. Per performance.
Per performance, we have 83 currently.
Oh, okay.
Our hope now is to develop, to build out a space that's 120 seats.
Oh, okay.
Our growth has actually required us to add, which we're thrilled to do. We actually added a 5th performance to our performance weeks this season for the first time. So we're going from 8 performances to 10 performances for the run of the show.
And each performance, what's the length of each performance per night?
It depends on the show. Playwrights have a tendency to write without intermissions now. It seems to be the thing to do. But our shows usually run 90 minutes to 110.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Sounds like a great performance.
Thank you.
I will definitely be attending.
Thank you. Thank you. We'd love to have you.
Just one quick question, Mike. The fee for attendance, does it change by performance or performers? Would it be
Our fee structure is consistent, whether it's an evening or a matinee performance. The only difference is that opening night, which has a opening night reception with dessert and champagne, kind of a big hoo-ha. That is there's an up price for that.
Okay. And then I believe when I was interviewing, you have caterers come in because there's no hot kitchen there. You have caterers handling that. Local caterers, I hope.
Yes, absolutely. No, local businesses, they've been very generous and they help us a lot.
All right. Thank you. Council, any other questions or comments? All right.
I just wanted to thank you and your group for reaching out. I personally, as my colleagues do, attend a number of performances in local theater, but I have not been to one of yours performances. I mean, there are a number of good companies here in the Valley and a lot of good talent. And so normally I would be more concerned about that, but since you already have quite a track record going, I don't think that that's really something that we need to be concerned about. And so I applaud you for continuing to expand and it sounds like a rational, very rational and thought out way. So I look forward to becoming even more familiar with your troop and being able to personally support where I can and personally enjoy your performance.
Thank you, and thank you. And this is my troop. This is the troop. So thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
And you have to do breaks. You can't just go straight through because concession money is important.
Oh, no, we do know that. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Tracy.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand.
I just want to add something.
If you could just please state your name. No, you please come up to the microphone and state your name for the record. Thank you.
I'm Galia Brown, and I'm the Director of Development for Des Art Performs. I've worked with them for 7 years. It's a wonderful theater company, and I just want to say, please come and see our shows. We'd love to have you come, and we'll send you information about our season. And also, you're all going to be invited to a party on December the 5th. You may have gotten a save the date and wondered, what is this for? But it's a party where we will go public with our fundraising campaign, the Next Stage campaign. And it's going to be fun and short. It's not a long party on Tuesday, December 5th at Hotel Zozo. So watch for that invitation, and we hope you can all come.
Okay, thank you. Nobody else? All right. Well, we're going to end the study session. Thank you, everybody.
How y'all doing? Good?
I'll send you that. He comes to the ones that got. Which one? Good job, Conservation Commission.
He doesn't go to energy.
Oh, he also used to go to the Greater Hospitals Visitors Commission.
Good evening. I'd like to call the October 11th, 23 City Council meeting to order. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Gutierrez, and please remain standing for Councilmember Gregory.
Please join me for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So tonight I want to remind everyone to be wise. We must work to forget and remember. Poet William Arthur Ward reminds us of this truth with the following words. If you are wise, you will forget yourself into greatness. Forget your rights, but remember your responsibilities. Forget your inconveniences, but remember your blessings. Forget your own accomplishments, but remember your debts to others. Forget your privileges, but remember your obligations. As we gather here today, let us continue to always forget and remember. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale.
Here.
And Mayor Lamb is absent.
Are there any changes to the agenda? Charlie?
I have no changes, Mayor.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have, time for public comment?
Yeah, on non-agenda items.
Okay, I just said read different here. Do we have anyone for public comment?
I was going to read the statement. I just was looking for it. I
Okay,
don't know it by
thank
heart. Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you're a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I do have a few requests to speak forms. The first one is Mr. Brad Anderson.
Hello, Brad.
Hi, my name is Brad Anderson. I live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I wanted to just take a little bit of your time. This would probably take a whole 3 minutes, but I'm not going to do that to you. I wanted to, I guess, remove the spin that was placed on the agenda at last night's vector control meeting. I just was amazed by, I guess well, anyway, I don't want to be sued, so I won't say anymore. I just wanted to speak about the area-wide treatments that's taking place. I know the vector control really pushed last night for the BTIs being used. It's not harmful to anybody and anything, according to them. But also, they're not talking about the other insecticides they use for the fogging, or they call it fogging when they do the back to the truck in the helicopter spraying. Those chemicals do pose a risk. Not that I'm against them, but I'm against them using it as a way of doing that job. When feet on the ground, that's what you need to do, especially these type of mosquitoes. I can bet you anything, they're mostly coming from the city drains. Not your city drains, but most drains on public lands. But and I'm going to go ahead and just just beat up on that district a little bit. There's really no oversight of that district. The general manager has a run to do whatever he wants. Not, I'm not going to pick on him really, but there's no oversight. All these detentions they're claiming to have from West Nile virus, this is all in-house stuff. This is what they're saying they're getting, and there's no other oversight mechanism to confirm that. And I have issues with that. So, and I guess that's just one of the districts. Seabag is a prime example of them limiting public participation in their meetings by limiting time and speakers' times. Palm Springs is far the worst, but that's a whole other issue. That's not your problem. And the vector control is losing trust in the public. And I'm the top guy on the poll because I just know the past untrustworthiness of that district, not only to the employees but to the residents that pay the taxes. So, and last night there was some talk about one of the Desert Hot Springs council or trustees brought up Fourth Amendments, and they have an issue. They had a contract with the vector control to do inspections for them and to go in people's backyards, and apparently there was some huff about that, and of course he used derogatory terms to describe his residents, which I'm sure none of you would do. But I did look at that meeting, and there was only 2 residents and 1 council member. So the vector district should be given out that warrant. They can't do it anyway legally. Only licensed vector control operators, you can only get that license through being a vector control operator, can do any type of treatment. So for the city to claim they're doing that, I know for a fact Ransom Rouse has that contract too, and they've entered people's property and gave citations for other violations on the property, and I can prove that. I've talked to that before.
Thank you, Brad. You're running a little bit over. I'll give you a little bit more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
have no timer here. Sorry. Thank you very much.
That's what I do. I'm the timekeeper. Thank you, Brad.
Louise Porter.
Hello, my name is Louise Porter. I'm a public information specialist with the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. And due to the tropical storm Hillary occurring August 19th through the 21st, there has been a declaration for disaster through the agency's authority. Now, people don't realize that during declared disasters, the U.S. Small Business Administration provides low interest rate loans to homeowners and renters, as well as businesses of all sizes and most private nonprofits. And this is for Riverside County. It does extend to the contiguous counties of Imperial, Orange, San Bernardino, San Diego, and into Arizona with La Paz. So any county that touches this county is eligible for physical damage as well as economic injury. So we have several different programs. We have programs for homeowners and renters for their personal property and their real estate, up to $500,000 for uncompensated physical damage to real estate for homeowners, and up to $100,000 personal property for renters or people, even if they did not pay rent, that lost their personal property. And also up to $2 million for businesses for economic injury as well as for physical damage. The interest rates are as low as 2.5%, and interestingly enough, there is no interest for the first 12 months, and there's no interest accrual. That's actually a new policy that went into effect this summer. So it is important for people to put the application in order to see if they are eligible. If they are approved for a loan becomes an option. It is not an automatic thing. They get 60 days to complete the paperwork, and even if at that point, if they cancel a loan, they'll have up to 6 months to request a reinstatement. If they are declined, and the biggest reason people are declined is credit history as well as repayment ability, but if they are declined, they'll get that in writing, and they will get up to 6 months to request a reconsideration of that decision. If the loan is withdrawn because they don't have enough, all the information provided, they'll get up to 6 months to request a reacceptance of that withdrawn application. There is a deadline though. The deadline for physical damage is November 21st, and for economic injury, it's June 24th. But November 21st is coming up pretty soon. We have people at the Disaster Loan Outreach Center that is at the Cat City Library on Date Palm Drive, but they are leaving there on Thursday or on Friday at 6. They will close. So tomorrow, they're open today until 8, so anyone can go today. But tomorrow they'll be open 10 to 6 and Friday 10 to 6. Try not to go later in the afternoon because it's computer-based, so they will be packing up and packing up all that equipment. But if somebody is not able to go in person, they can complete the application online. It's disasterloanassistance.sba.gov/ELA. So disasterloanassistance.sba.gov/ELA. You can always Google apply for disaster loan, or we have a customer service number, 1-800-659-2955. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Appreciate what you do here. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Mr. Kozlow?
Hello.
My name is David Kozlow, K-O-S-L-O-W. I'm a resident and taxpayer of Cathedral City. I place in the record today the April 20, 2023 advisory opinion published by the U.S. Department of Justice, which addresses the federal constitutional requirement of due process, which is violated when a hearing officer has a pecuniary interest in the outcome of any matter being adjudicated by him. I've given a copy of that Department of Justice advisory to the clerk. In violation of federal due process, Cathedral City allows the debt collection company, Data Ticket Inc., doing business as Citation Processing Center, to select the adjudicators to hear and decide citizens' appeals from the city's municipal code and vehicle code citations. Data Ticket and the adjudicators it selects for these hearings have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of the hearings because Data Ticket makes money collecting the fines assessed by Data Ticket's hearing officers. The DOJ advisory opinion also addresses federal constitutional due process violations when the city assesses excessive fines and fees, as this city has done when it orders the doubling of fines against a citizen who fails to make timely payment of the original fine or of any scheduled payment of a fine. The city attorney is aware of the DOJ advisory opinion. Because the city attorney has given approval, explicit or tacit, to the actions that are questioned by the DOJ opinion, the city attorney has a conflict of interest in rendering an opinion on the DOJ notice. I therefore request the city council employ outside lawyers to review the DOJ notice and to advise the city council on compliance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David.
I don't have any other request to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council, would you let me address that last comment? I will. Thank you. Good.
What's that? I mean, you don't want to hear? Not at this time? Or should we do this in closed session or a closed session? Or?
We've previously discussed this in closed session. This has been the subject of quite a lot of litigation by Mr. Kozlow, all of which has been unsuccessful in every court that he's been to.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. Moving right along, we're going to have an emergency update, item 2A, and then B, Charlie McClinton, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I think Tracy's going to bring up my slides, and I'll just try to go through them. This will be a short update, just mainly on things that have changed since the last time we talked 2 weeks ago. Uh-oh. All right, so what we are continuing to do is removing soil placed in the street on an as-needed basis. This is being done by City Public Works staff, and we are currently doing that daily. We are continuing to provide one large dumpster for residential debris over the short term. To date, we have removed 371.35 tons of debris and hauled it off at a cost of $47,349. So the city has done that at no cost to the residents and the businesses. We have contracted, as you approved at the last meeting, to remove approximately 150,000 cubic yards of soil deposits from the storm, and I did get an update on that. Well, I think it's coming up later on. I'll just wait till we get there. 2 portable restrooms are still in the neighborhood and are serviced Monday through Friday to support volunteer cleanup efforts and ongoing email communication with our resident mailing list whenever there is new information that needs to be shared. We continue with our ongoing advocacy and coordination with county, state, and federal agencies. This continues to be important. There still is no federal declaration. The governor has requested that, as I reported a couple of weeks ago, but that still has not been approved at the federal level, so that advocacy remains an important step. And as I reported last time, all the city council members signed letters and sent them, and the chambers of commerce in the region also participated in that effort. We have waived building permits fees for the most impacted residents and businesses. As we reported last time, we costed that out based on 12 residences and 5 businesses that were most severely affected, and that ranges from $30,000 to $100,000, the value of that fee waiver. We also provided fee waivers for demolition permits and for impounded vehicles. We also coordinated with the CVWD and the Flood Control District. They will be here at your meeting on the 25th to provide an update regarding the origins of the water and mud flow, and in the case of CVWD, some information on their proposed capital improvement project to help address that. Oh, well, thank you for telling me that.
We just found out.
That's going to be 11/29 instead. Debris removal efforts. We had a pre-construction meeting with the contractor that received that contract. That's coming up on 10/17, and their start date is 10/30. Council approved expenditures to date, $1.062 million in contracts and equipment rental that you approved 2 meetings ago, $4.56 million for the debris removal contract that you approved 1 meeting ago. Additional appropriations will be required. We are nearing the maximum on some of those task orders that you already approved, and there are, I think, 2 or 3 other companies that we have done business with that weren't part of the original task order, and so we will have to come back and seek approval for those, most likely at the next meeting. This is a table that shows the expenses paid so far on the various contracts. I won't read through them all, but it's $945,000 has already been paid, and the debris removal, traffic control, $43,000. Other costs, vehicle repairs at $2,935, so that's a total of $991,000. And then regular pay and overtime for staff that have been working in these areas of debris removal and safety and prevention comes to another $189,000. So altogether there, you're just about to $1.2 million. And that's just invoices that have been paid to date. Well, that's just a subtotal, but there only happened to be one in that. Yes. Yes. There will be some project management costs, but those haven't been invoiced yet, so that's why you see that one on there. Now, financial assistance programs. I appreciate the update from the SBA spokesperson that was here today. I think that's we can't stress enough, that's the most important thing for residents and businesses that were affected, is to get down there and meet with the officials about that SBA loan program. They can do it online if they're unable to get down there. The deadline, as she indicated, is November 23rd. For physical damages, economic injury, that would be primarily businesses that were unable to operate and suffered economic injury through that. That would be available through June 24th. There is no individual assistance submitted by the state to the federal government, so there will be no FEMA individual assistance for private property. We still have not heard, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, about the public assistance being authorized. We're still hopeful for that, but every day that goes by, I sort of get less confident about that. I did want to give you some information on the SBA loan applications to date. As of this morning, the SBA has received 49 applications for homes and personal property and 32 applications for businesses that had physical as well as economic injury. Now, this is region-wide. That's not just Cathedral City. There have been 10 approvals already for a total of $589,600. The majority of these approvals have been for Riverside County. However, we are receiving applications from the contiguous counties as well. There is still time. The center, as was indicated, will be open through this Friday, and people can still apply online after that. So I really encourage that among anyone who suffered economic injury. And as they reported, you can apply for the loan, see if you qualified, and you still then have the option to either accept it or not after that. So I think it's worth everyone's while to complete the application.
Charlie, do you have any information as to local residents who have applied or who have not applied?
I don't. That information is region-wide that I provided.
Thank you.
Greater Palm Springs Realtors Disaster Grant Program. This was a really nice thing that the Realtors Association did. They got a grant, and they are offering up to $2,500. It's available to residents of Cathedral City, Palm Springs, or Desert Hot Springs that were affected by the storm. It offers monthly mortgage expenses for the primary residence that was damaged by the flooding disaster, or rental cost due to displacement from the primary residence resulting from the flooding disaster, and hotel reimbursement to displacement from the primary resident resulting from the flooding event. The deadline to submit an application for that is November 7th, and you can see the website there. All this information has been provided via our mailing list to those that we're aware of that were affected.
And is it also posted on discovercathedralcity.com?
Yes.
I know there's a tab for that, so if somebody couldn't find their email, they could always just go there, or they didn't get the email for some
They
reason.
can. On the very front page of Discover Cathedral City, there's a red bar up at the top, and that takes anyone to all of the information related to this. Grubhub gift cards were donated by Brian Ricks, a total of 2,000. We've distributed some of those already to the Cathedral Cove Mobile Home Park. We have others. We had reached out to one of the residents to help in that. We haven't heard back yet, but anybody who would benefit from that, we have those available. Yes. Cathedral Canyon. We just have the wrong. It is your. That's the one we're talking about. We just got the name wrong on that. My apologies. Eisenhower Health is sponsoring a coping education and resource center at the Cathedral City Senior Center. We had a discussion with Eisenhower early on, Ann and I did, and they were wanting to help, and they've done a number of things already, but one of the things that we were hearing is that people were suffering from stress and almost PTSD type experience, and so they took the initiative and have a center opened. The first one was last Saturday, and every Saturday this month, the 14th, 21st, and 28th, that's at the Cathedral City Senior Center from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this is another resource for mental health assistance. This is through Riverside County. The number is 951-686-HELP, and that is also available to anyone to give them a call. So the second part of my update is we are asking you to extend the proclamation of the local emergency for another 60-day period. The city is still dealing with the impacts of the tropical storm. It was a 1,000-year storm event in the upper Mission Creek area, and local flooding in other areas of the community have left residents displaced or with significant costs to repair damaged homes. I think all of this information I already provided in the previous, so I won't go over that again. Due to the ongoing response efforts from staff and the state of individual homeowner and business recovery efforts, staff recommends that the City Council approve a resolution continuing the declaration of a local disaster. That would be valid for the next 60 days. The City Council will need to review the proclamation of a local disaster every 60 days thereafter, unless and until we let it expire. Thank you. That concludes my update.
Thank you, Charlie. Council, let me go over to here. Hang on one second. Council, any speakers, any comments, questions?
Well, I would certainly be in agreement that we should continue our resolution.
Okay, I totally agree. City Clerk, any?
So we'll ask for public comments. I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide comments on either item 2A or 2B, raise your hand.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve item 2B, resolution to continuing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to Tropical Storm Hilary.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Gregory making the motion on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and go with Ernesto, if that's okay. Councilmember Gutierrez, since he verbalized it. And then...
He has a button he's supposed to push.
And then we have Councilmember Ross making the second, and the motion carries all ayes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie, for that.
I'm sorry, that's with Mayor Lamb being absent, of course.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to council reports. We're going to start with Councilmember Ross. Ladies first. You ready?
So there's not a person in our chamber today, or probably anywhere that I can think of, that hasn't been appalled at what we've seen lately from what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And when these things happen, you know, I feel so heartfelt for children who have hard times understanding or being able to put it together, and the information that goes out to kids aren't as good as the information that goes out to adults. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on this. Many children are likely to have heard something already, whether from peers at school, by picking up on news broadcasts, or by overhearing adult conversations. Often parents choose to sit back, believing that their kids will start a conversation when they feel ready, but I believe they shouldn't wait for our kids to come to us. Instead, using open-ended questions to start a conversation. Have you heard what's been going on in the world? Or have you heard anything about what's going on in Israel or Palestine? And just see where it goes from there. Older children with access to the internet should be encouraged to be skeptical of the videos shared on social media and offered help when evaluating news sources. And for the younger children, it can be mostly important to assure them of the safety and how they're going to be all right. They may actually think it's happening much closer to them than it is. They may not realize quite how far away in the world these events are happening, and parents or adults can use the map to show the distance between their home and where the conflict is occurring. The best conversations with children about difficult subjects often means talking less and allowing kids to ask questions. When children are asking parents profound questions about the world, especially about violence in the world, it might initially sound like they're asking their parents to be historians or political scientists all rolled into one. But often their questions are just actually asking, how can I live in a world where even when there are all sorts of terrible things happening like this? As pessimistic as you may feel about the state of the world from time to time, be sure to allow your children the freedom to imagine and work towards a better future. Children have a beautiful and unique ability, one that I think sometimes we lack, to be able to look ahead in the face of violence and still believe in the bottom of their heart in the future possibility of peace and of coexistence and of resolution to this conflict. Please let us not dismiss the problems the world is facing and to start the conversations as you think is best for your children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ross. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you. Good evening. I hope everyone's doing well here and at home. Since we last met, I have met with our city manager and our assistant city manager to talk about city-related issues, also with tonight's agenda. The last 2 weeks, as I often do, I actually go and walk around the Horizon neighborhood to continue to talk to the residents there and to see how they're doing, just to find out to see what they're doing and how they're doing, and to provide them with any information that has been brought up either here at City Council or other information that I come up across. Now, one of the newest things is I contacted the Southern California representative who was here in our last meeting, and I asked him if there was any assistance that could be provided by the Southern California Edison to the residents. And he said yes, that residents who have suffered or were affected by the storm, they can contact Southern California Edison, and there's different programs that can be assisted with. They can call 1-800-250-7339, and they can actually go over the different programs or ways that Southern California Edison can assist them. I also have been busy contacting a lot of my personal friends, and I have been able to raise so far over $10,000 that I will be helping buy materials and other things to the residents of the same neighborhood there. And last weekend, I walked by there, and sometimes it's a little sad. You walk around, and it seems almost like a forgotten neighborhood. I don't see that many people around anymore. It looks a little bit more like a ghost type of a neighborhood. And I hope that once residents start getting loans and actually start getting other materials and people helping them, hopefully they'll get back to what their lives used to be like before the storm. So we'll continue to help them, and I'll keep you updated if there's anything else that comes up. I haven't been just doing that. I also have been talking to residents that have had issues regarding, I get a lot of calls from residents who have an issue with illegal vendors. As you know, we've been talking about illegal vendors and food vendors actually, and we do have an ordinance to help these people actually get permitted to actually sell food within our city, but they have to follow the process and get the proper permits. And a lot of these vendors do not have the proper permits. Let's see, what else have I done here? Tomorrow I'll be attending the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Conservation Committee, and I will update you as to what we're going to be talking about. And I want to also congratulate our police department. I see them quite a bit out there taking care of people that actually are speeding throughout our residential streets. Make sure that you drive careful and not exceed the posted speed. And also, I see that a lot of them do run through stop signs, and they are being cited. So our police officers are out there, and it is making a difference from what I see. And that's about it, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for the hard work you're doing out there. Councilmember Gregory.
Thank you, council member, and everyone who continues to remember the Horizon neighborhood and to do work to try to improve the situation there. I know Ann Ambrose and her crew and all of the city people continue to work there. I know that I even interacted with Public Works a little bit over the last 2 weeks, and they continue to handle any issues there. So if there are issues that we can help with, continue to let us know. Has been busy since our last regular meeting, which was on September 27th. The very next day, I headed out to Anaheim. I think I had mentioned that I had a conference called Mobility 21, which is a conference that I attend as the city's representative on the Riverside County Transportation Commission, and it's a number of other transportation commissions throughout Southern California, and some of the large companies and nonprofits, and like AAA as an example of somebody that's involved or is on that board. It deals with regional planning, regional needs and regional solutions for transportation, which is a continuing ongoing issue, not just here in the Coachella Valley or Riverside County, but all throughout Southern California. So it was an interesting conference. I got to make a number of contacts and attend some training sessions there. So, and then just this last week on Wednesday, September 4th, I was able to attend the open enrollment benefit fair that was held here at the City Amphitheater. So I wanted to make sure I thank everyone that participated in that, the vendors, and also our HR department that does a great job of making sure that everyone is aware of the available benefits and able to make good choices on those. I did end up having an unplanned trip out of town. Unfortunately, there was a death in my husband's family, his extended family. So he's originally from the Central Valley in California. So we took an unplanned road trip up one day and back the next. It's always interesting to see the conditions of roads and projects going on other places. So in some ways, the kind of issues we have here are the same everywhere. And so that part was interesting. But then back on Saturday, I did head out and attended the East Coachella Valley Pride, which is a small pride event held in the city of Coachella, and worked with the nonprofit at one of their booths there. And then had a few days to get caught up, and then today, and I did meet with some citizens and city staff. But earlier today, I really wanted to kind of cover a little bit that I attended the Riverside County Transportation Committee meeting in Riverside, and it had been announced in the last few days that the governor had signed AB 1385, which was a measure that the Transportation Commission asked him to carry. That increases the sales tax authority up to 1.5%. Right now, you have a half-cent sales tax that goes towards transportation called Measure A, and that would actually, if voters approve it, sometime in the future would allow that sales tax to increase. And along with that, the main meat of today's meeting was the traffic relief plan that the commission originally published in 2020, which covers countywide a number of transportation needs and includes a number of transportation needs here in the Coachella Valley that have been brought forward in conjunction with the Coachella Valley Association of Governments. So that was put into place in 2020 with the beginnings of a plan as to how to address some of these long-term needs. And then we had this thing called COVID. So nothing moved forward as far as, projects that were in the pipeline continue to move forward, of course. And staff at CVAG and locally and at RCTC continue to work on it. But the plan needed an update. So the initial update was rolled out today. My plan is just a few pages of graphics. So my plan is to maybe send it with the city manager if he would share it with maybe with a weekly update so everyone can kind of look at it. So it does propose, if funding can be found, additions and increased funding for cities for road upkeep. And it does require a maintenance of effort, just like our SB1 does, but there has been a recognition that it wasn't necessarily strongly recognized in the initial plan that we need to continue to dedicate funding to the local cities and county for the local road upkeep. So that is included in the plan. On a map, Varner Road is identified as a regional connection, which is important. It's not in the text. I've already begun having dialogues with CVAG representatives because they give some examples. They talk about regional connections and they give some examples. I'd like Varner Road to be listed as an example, not just on the map, but I am encouraged that it is on the map. It's also not spelled out, and there's a section on flood and blow sand control, but it's kind of implied in part of it that some of these connections will be needed. So I think we need to probably, again, work on making sure that the roads that we feel are, or that we know are part of the flood and blow sand control issue, in particular when roads are closed that are heavily used by others as they pass through our city, that those repairs and upgrades that we know are needed are included. And it does talk about safe streets and roadways. Again, the only roadway given as an example in our area is Highway 111. So I think it's a good start, and I think it does. I can tell that some of our staff, like probably John, has been in people's ears to make sure that some of the projects that we're working on have been included. But this will start a period of public input. I wouldn't be surprised if RCTC wants to come and make a presentation on this updated plan, but there will be some opportunities to write letters or emails. So I would encourage those interested in doing that. When they have that spelled out as to how to do that, I will again ask that it be shared so that we can make sure that some of our projects that we know are of regional importance and monies for our local road repairs are also included. So that should be coming soon. Like I said, the initial summary of the update is out now, and I will send that to the city manager and ask them to share it as appropriate. And the last thing I wanted to mention is before our next meeting, the Great California Shakeout is going to happen. That's on Thursday, October 19, 10:19 at 10:19 a.m. And what that is it's been going on for a number of years. It's this organization puts together has a website and tries to get as many businesses, governments, public safety, individuals to think about disaster preparedness, especially our earthquake that is going to happen at some point, and asks everyone involved to do some type of activity, either a large activity where maybe they stage what would happen if the earthquake occurred at 10:19 that morning, or even just encourage people to reflect on, well, what would you do if that happened to you? Do you have, emergency supplies in your car or at your office or at your home that you would be able to at least survive and handle what you needed to handle? Their website is www.shakeout.org. Has a lot of material. I know that thank you, Danielle Mead, a local citizen who again reminded us of this annual event and asked us to make sure we participated. I know that the police department has signed on and is planning activities in relation. The fire department has also signed on and is planning activities, and our city management is also working on some things that they may want to do with other departments to use this as a good time to make sure everyone is up on disaster preparedness. And our PIO has already put out at least one post with a video off of the site, and I think has more activities planned as we get closer. So this will be our last meeting before 10:19 at 10:19 a.m., but I would encourage everyone to get involved either on that date and time as to thinking about what you would do, or any time up through then or afterwards where you think, well, what would we do right now if we had that type of emergency? Are we mentally prepared for it? Do we have any materials that we need? Do we have what we need in our car or in our office? And do we have a plan worked out with our family as if communications are cut off or difficult as to how we would handle that? So those are just a few of the things to consider. There's a lot more on that website at www.shakeout.org, and I think you'll probably see more coming out from the city. We all know how important disaster preparedness is, and so this is a good way to brush up on what we might need to do, or at least remind us to be prepared. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's the end of my comments.
Good points. Thank you. I didn't have any committees or commissions I attended, but I did have constituents calling me, everything from homeless over by Cimarron golf course, and of course the local police department took care of the encampments there. And then I had actually one person call about the vendors in their neighborhood and putting out little fires like that. And I had a couple call me about their personal or their private buildings being damaged, and I gave the information about the SBA to them. And there was one other, talking about roads, Tony, who owns Showgirls, the alley behind, the alley behind Showgirls, you turn off Perez, he says it's a bad road if you could take a look at it. And the code compliance, they're parking double cars from all the businesses there. And he was really upset about that, so they could look into that. And a few other calls like that, talked to Ann and Charlie about Century Park and some equipment going in there. They're working on that. So, and that's about all I have. So we're going to move right along and go on to the consent agenda. So will the city clerk please read the consent agenda?
Item number 4A is to waive full reading of ordinances on agenda. Item number 4B is minutes approval of September 27th, 2023. Item number 4C is to receive and file payment of claims and demands for September 2023. And item number 4D is to award construction contract to Crisp Company for ATP Cycle 5 East Palm Canyon Bike Lane projects. And that concludes.
Mayor Pro Tem, before you vote on it, could I
Absolutely.
Make one comment on the consent agenda? On the claims and demands on it's page 47 on the agenda packet, there is an item, it's a small amount of money, $750, that was shown as being charged to the Public Arts Commission that will be reclassified in the statement to go to a general fund account, and I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that before you voted to accept it.
Okay. Was that it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any members of the public that wish to make a comment?
I don't have any requests to speak forms for this consent agenda. If you are a member of the public and you wish to comment on any of the consent agenda items, please raise your hand.
I don't see
no hands
council, any
raised.
comments or questions? No. Do we have a vote?
There's a motion by Councilmember Ross and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Thank you very much. Next on public hearings, AB 160 feet beautifications nexus study.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is the final step in a years-long, really, process, but you've been hearing it in your meetings for the last several months. Stone James will put up the actual fee table, and we're not going to say anything else because you've discussed this repeatedly over the last few months.
This should be quick then. Maybe. We'll see. Go ahead, Stone. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thank you for the time. And Charlie is correct, and you are correct. This is a very quick item. We have gone over this a number of times. We've had a lot of really good discussions, done a lot of analysis. Thank you to all of the staff that have worked so diligently, and also Harris and corporations, Harrison Associates rather, for their work. And so with that, it was staff's recommendation to adopt the following resolution you see on your screen. In the event that council did not have any additional questions.
Council, any questions?
Sure no.
All finito?
Yep, so.
Okay, yeah, just him. That was it?
Oh, yes,
Really?
sir. That's
that
it.
was awesome.
I mean, I could go on for hours. I don't know that we need to.
We know. Okay, City Clerk, I'm going to open it for public comments.
So I don't have any requests to speak forms for this item. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. So,
I
Mayor
need to
Pro
open
Tem,
the public hearing?
you need to open the public hearing formally.
The public hearing is now open. Is that good?
That's perfect.
I'm a little rusty, guys.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So I don't have any requests to speak forms for this item, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to comment on this public hearing item, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised, Mayor, so now...
At this time, I will close the public hearing. Are any comments from council? Nope. Okay, please.
Well, it's been 5 years since I came into council, and I wanted to make sure that our city was getting its fair share from any new development that was going on. And it's only taking 4.5 years, but now it's finally pretty much to its conclusion, and we will end up getting our fair share. It will not be leaving any money on the table like we used to, and our residents will benefit from this. So I'm very happy for all the staff and our council for working on this and finally getting it done.
Thank you for your support, sir.
Good. Okay. All righty. Can I get a vote? Got one up here.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Councilmember Ross, and the motion carries all ayes.
City Attorney Eric, would it be good to read the recommendation into record, or is that not necessary?
It's on the agenda.
Okay, very good.
It's not necessary.
Okay, thank you.
It's clearly stated in the staff report.
Great.
Thank you, Stone. Item 7, legislative actions, Salvation Army Veterans Village Home Depot event.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Ryan Hunt will present this item, which was a request for a special use permit. It's kind of evolved over time, and we now have this scheduled for October 24th, I believe it is. Ryan will give you the details.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, good to be with you this evening. Talk to you about a special use permit application for what I think will be a really great beautification project to enhance both the Salvation Army and Veterans Village. It was about a year ago today, I believe, that the grand opening took place. So we're close to that point when then Mayor Gutierrez was unveiling that. So we're excited to bring these enhancements about, and they want to make it kind of a special event and attract media attention as well. So I'll get into some of the details there. Give you a little bit of a background first on the Home Depot Foundation and this grant program in the background. So they work to improve the homes and lives of U.S. veterans. It's a very veterans-based oriented organization. And since 2011, the foundation has invested more than $475 million in veteran causes and improved more than 55,000 veteran homes and facilities. So 365 Connect, which is the 501c3 nonprofit that works alongside the Home Depot Foundation to find projects that are a fit for the foundation. They actually saw the news release we put out on Veterans Village, reached out to my office, and then asked if they thought we had any veteran projects in mind. So I connected them with Veterans Village, which has a very close partnership and relationship, being a neighbor with the Salvation Army, and they came up with this beautification project and grant. So they informed the Salvation Army and Veterans Village that they're the co-recipients as the property location for the Coachella Valley event. They do these events all over the country, but we're proud that we were selected here in Cathedral City. The event would take place on October 24th, pending your approval, and recipients of that grant, it's a value of $200,000 for the beautification grant and the project for enhancements at the Salvation Army and Veterans Village. So the event is scheduled for 7 a.m. to noon on Tuesday, October 24th, the Salvation Army and Veterans Village. 410 volunteers and 30 crew leaders from all over the nation will represent the Home Depot Foundation to provide property upgrades and fixes to Veterans Village and the Salvation Army property. I'll detail that in a little bit. As part of the special use application, there was a potential road closure that was proposed. That's no longer going to be necessary. Talking to them about the traffic flow at Vega with having 410 volunteers, I've already been in close conversations with the police department and John Enos, as well as the fire chief. We'll have plenty of city personnel and volunteers to be able to regulate that. We're not concerned about any need for a road closure there, so that's no longer necessary. But 365 Connect, the Salvation Army and Veterans Village have been working alongside the city's planning department, and I want to give Andy a lot of credit and his staff and team for making being very accommodating to this group to be able to get the necessary permits secured prior to the October 24th volunteer event. So Communications and Events sees this as a project that's a tremendous opportunity to promote goodwill here in the community, especially with the action that you all have taken to prioritize affordable housing for our veterans community. I think this is a great way to be able to have this community service and assistance to our veterans and their families who also utilize the Salvation Army for a lot of the programming right next door. So sample of some of the work, it's not the full detailed scope, but painting of interior walls in most of the building, excluding the chapel. New flooring would be going in. Upgrading the look. I'm not as familiar with Mr. Willard's Closet, but talking a little bit to the Salvation Army, they want to make a cafe atmosphere that the Veterans Village community can access and be able to utilize on the outside, installing water misters, carport, and storage for some of the transportation vehicles that they have as well. And in addition, they want to build benches benches and tables around the courtyard. Beautification and landscaping enhancements. Veterans Village being relatively new, obviously. It's not quite a 50-50 split. I think there'll be a little bit more towards the Salvation Army, but they're really merged as a partnership for programming to be able to provide that for the residents that live in Veterans Village. So I think this is a win for Cathedral City and could be a really good community story that will attract media attention in a positive light for Cathedral City. I could have picked a number of strategic plan initiatives, but I'll stick with the one that kind of adheres to my department the most, which is promoting additional community events and celebrations. Obviously, this is a celebration of our veterans and their families and an ability to be able to give them $200,000 worth of beautification enhancements for a property that we're obviously very proud of here as a city. So I wanted to mention that it's part of our strategic plan goals. And with that, the staff recommendation is to approve the special use permit and the general city limits for the Home Depot Foundation beautification event at Veterans Village and the Salvation Army on October 24th, 2023. They reached out to me to bring the high school involved. They want to have a national anthem singer there. The fire department, working with Chief Contreras, would provide a fire truck with the flag display. And so really want to make this something that's visually appealing with 410 volunteers. As somebody who's attended Habitat for Humanity type events, these one-day builds, it really is an inspirational moment for the community to come together. And obviously with these volunteers coming from all across the country, I think it'll be really special to show some love for Cathedral City and our veteran community. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I don't see any questions.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Talking to some members of the Salvation Army, they mentioned that the total renovations that they're going to be completing is going to be over $250,000, I believe.
That's incredible. Yeah, the baseline grant is $200,000, but I do think there's some flexibility within that window to be able to go up a little bit, obviously, in the amount. So yeah, $200,000 is kind of their baseline, but that's great. Yeah, that's fantastic.
I'll be there to watch what they do. It should be amazing.
I'll be out there as well. Thank you, council member. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Thank you. Okay. City Clerk, any public comment?
I don't have any requests to speak forms for this item. If you're a member of the public and you wish to comment, please raise your hand.
Nope.
And I see no hands raised.
We got a second. All right. We all voted.
There's a motion by Council Member Gutierrez and a second by Council Member Ross, and the motion carries all ayes.
Thank you very much. Ann, you got the floor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good evening. The item before you is the approval of a funding request from the Scrap Gallery for the Dia de los Muertos Student Art Contest. So this item came before the Public Arts Commission on September 11th, requesting funding for this event. This is a art contest for students in all grade levels from K through 12. The amount requested was for $750. And originally their request was to provide for refreshments, but we advised that this funding wasn't available for that. And so they revised the request to be used for art supplies and student activities. And the Public Arts Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the funding request. And so this is just some examples of one. On the left is the information about the student art contest and the different categories that will be available. And then on the right is the flyer for the event itself. I've not been to this event before, but it sounds like it's a very well-attended event, a really fun event. And the Public Arts Commission was happy to support this small request from them. And so it's staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the recommendation made by the Public Arts Commission to provide $750 to the Scrap Gallery for the Dia de los Muertos Student Art Contest. And this aligns with the City Council goals of an embracing inclusive city. And I'm available for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ann. I see no one questions.
Just a comment that it's something Arts Commission used to support every year before COVID, so it's in line with what they've been doing. And just a shameful play, it's also in my district, so just saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ann. Public comments?
I don't have any requests to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide comments on this item, please raise your hand. I see none.
Okay, then we'll put it up for vote. I believe everyone voted.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Ross and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Thank you very much. And the next, we're going to be listening for item C.
Thank you. The next item, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, involves purchase of new fire apparatus. You'll be, I think, stunned at how long it takes for new equipment to get prepared and delivered, so that'll be part of the presentation, but Chief Contreras will fill you in on this, and this is an example of why it's important to do good financial planning and have things like equipment replacement funds so that we can absorb these kinds of costs when they're required. Chief?
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you for your time. What I'm going to present, hopefully it won't be too much of a sticker shock to you. I've tried to give you 600 pages of stuff to review. That we went through a lengthy process, but at the end of the day, we're looking to replace our fire apparatus. As you know, we have 3 apparatus, and for this conversation, apparatus, we're going to call it a truck, an engine, the big pieces of equipment. Then we also have our ambulances and medic units that are smaller pieces of equipment. The 2 current pieces that we're looking to replace were originally put in service in 2013 and 2014. And the city has a policy that we try to replace those every 10 years, and that's what the Vehicle Replacement Fund is set up for. One of the things that's happened, and it was a combination of factors, is we always want to have relief equipment. Things break, and so having backup equipment, so when that frontline equipment breaks, is paramount to us staying in service. And when you look at our backup equipment, we have 1 piece, and it's a fire engine. We have no truck. So if our frontline truck breaks down, we have nothing to put in service, and we would then have to use Palm Springs or CAL FIRE on a mutual aid basis. As you can see from the chart above, our maintenance costs, because we're getting into past that 10-year mark, are starting to increase. And one of the things that, as we look to replace it, that we had to look at is what is the cost of the parts. And our current apparatus, when it was purchased, was a lot of proprietary stuff, right? And so you can only go to 1 manufacturer, 1 vendor, 1 repair shop. And that was something that we considered in moving forward to make sure that the apparatus is made up of general parts, things that you can get at an auto parts store that can be repaired at multiple vendors so that we can get it back in service and we're not really held hostage by that 1 vendor. The other thing we want to make sure is that we're what we call in the fire service, we're NFPA compliant. That's making the National Fire Protection Association is a national association that sets the specs and say, okay, this is the minimum quality that you want to have for your equipment. And the pieces of equipment we are purchasing fall within those guidelines. And so what I did, we did this back in February, we put together a committee and said, okay, let's look at what's out there. We went to conferences, we met with vendors, and we looked at, we looked at about 12 different manufacturers. We got that down to 3. And one of the 3 that we looked at was the models that we currently have, which is Pierce. And again, it's got all the bells and whistles, it's really pretty, but when we looked at what we needed, which was a cost-effective piece of apparatus in a timely fashion, low maintenance, and then you'll find out delivery time. One of these vendors was almost 4 years. From the day we made the order, it would take 4 years to get it to our doorstep. So, and again, we've heard it to nauseum about supply chain issues, and how vendors are being impacted. And that was really a big factor when we looked at who we went with. So what I'm requesting is to purchase really 2 pieces of equipment. The first one is a Rosenbauer Commander 109-foot Viper aerial. At the end of the day, it's a truck, right? And what it allows us to do here is to be able to get to the DoubleTree, get to the casino, and be able to get to the roof of those dwellings. What this price includes is 3 personnel. That's the committee that we formed to do pre-construction. And basically these 3 visits that they go to the manufacturers is to make sure that what we said what we spec'd in those 600 pages is actually what we're getting from the vendor. There's the mounting, so it comes as the shell. There's really no equipment inside of it, but all the mounting and the stuff we need to secure the equipment is in there. 3 days of training, so we go back, we send that same committee, we go back, and they learn how to operate this equipment based on the latest technology and electronics. We did secure Sourcewell cooperative purchasing program fees that the vendor pays that, but what that really is, that limits the ceiling, right? Instead of where we used to have to take bids, now Sourcewell meets the requirement of the bid process. There's performance bond, 8 3/4% tax, and a build time from the day we place the order of 660 days. And that was actually the quickest of all the people we looked at.
Why do you think that is? I think I could put it together with my teeth in that period of time.
So what had happened was, again, it goes all the way back to steel. Like what is the delivery time of steel? And instead of having things stockpiled like they did 10, 15 years ago, it's that just-in-time delivery. So, you know, what we will do is once we pay our down payment, we will secure our spot. Well, then they'll order the steel, right? And they try to stay just ahead of it so that the vendors don't have to hold on to all that inventory and stuff. And then you add that to these factories shut down during COVID. So you really had about a year where there was no apparatus. So everybody is trying to get in line, and it's a supply and demand issue right now.
Is there a guarantee that time frame?
Yes, that's
so
part
are they
of the,
penalized if they, for instance, they run out of steel or paint or something?
Yes, sir. That's the performance bond.
That's the
You know,
performance bond.
So we've got those specs, and we've said here, these are the specs, and when we sign on the agreement, they agree to these dates. I'm sure there's a little bit of fudge in there, but I do, like I said, I know one vendor that we looked at, and he said 4 years. That's the best I can do.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Thank you.
we are guaranteed to get it within 660. The second piece of equipment, obviously you can see on this one, this doesn't have a ladder. One of the things that we noticed when we spec'd our equipment, and you can see this is completely self-contained if you look at it from the sign. One of the things that we ran into here in the Coachella Valley is the sand, right? And it blows, it gets into the, our pump, the thing that pumps the water. And so we did get a completely self-contained apparatus. So these compartments can shut down and keep the sand from going in there and deteriorating on the gears and pumps that we have in there. These are the same criteria, 3 department personnel. I did ask, is there any chance we could get them on the same time? And there is no guarantee, right? Is that one could come in at 600 days and the other one could come in at 630 days, right? And so the time we're back, the fact that I don't think we could get them within a 3 or 4 day period means we would have to do multiple trips back there. Again, the tools and equipment mounting fund, 3 days of operator training, the Sourcewell cooperative purchasing fee, performance bond, sales tax, and again, a 660 day. And that's a ceiling. That's one thing the Sourcewell does when they do that bulk pricing. They do set these upper limits. So what's the fiscal impact? I'm hesitant to say it out loud, but $1,320,606.46. That's for the pumper. The second one is the truck. That's $1,846,871.95. We do get a prepayment discount. So if we do, I checked with Kevin, we do have the funds there, so we can pay for it up front. And if we do that, we get the $148,000 discount of the overall price. I don't have it here, but I did verify, and we have the updated documents. The equipment for both the pumper and the aerial are also Sourcewell. Okay, if you actually break it down, it's about 95% Sourcewell. There's things like shovels and axe, tape. You know, there's certain things that we have on our inventory that's not covered. But for the truck, it's about 95. It's actually 97% of the overall tools and equipment are covered by Sourcewell, and for the engine, it's about 95%. So we're getting that same, and like I said, that's a cooperative, using everybody within that cooperative agreement. So my recommendation is to authorize staff to purchase 2 pieces of Rosenbauer fire equipment from Rosenbauer Commander 109-foot Viper aerial truck and 1 Rosenbauer Commander pumper. The one thing that this will not come with, when I went for our budget, we looked at the PSEC. That's the radio that the police department's already gone to. We're going to be looking to go to that, and that will be installed locally. That's the only piece. When it comes empty. We'll put the tools that are on here. There is a $37,000 allowance that is for the communication equipment. And I'll take any of your questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Chief. Any questions? Nobody's on the queue.
So do we know, it looks like Rosenbauer has 3 facility or factory locations. Do we know where these will be, where the people will be traveling to? None of them appear to be resort locations. It's like South Dakota, Minnesota, or Nebraska.
So part of this process, and look, you authorize it tonight, I've talked to the salesperson. He's up there watching right now, hoping that it gets approved. Once we then they'll determine based on the assembly line time what facility our equipment will be made at.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Chief, can you tell us how this is going to get paid? How does this impact our general fund?
So again, that would be a question for Kevin. I do know there's money that comes out of the budget that goes into the vehicle replacement fund. So every year a certain amount goes there. It's a 10-year replacement, and that money is...
The money is there, right?
I can help clarify that for you, too. Every department that has equipment and vehicles pays into the equipment replacement program on a schedule depending on the expected life of the vehicle. So the fire department has been paying into the fund. So this is not now general fund money. It's equipment replacement fund money. So it won't have any effect on your overall fund reserves.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Public comments?
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide public comments on this item, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised.
Do we have a motion and a second? There we go.
So a motion by Councilmember Ross and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
All right, thank you. Item D, award construction contract to Urban Habitat.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is part of the Dream Homes Park project that was bid separately, which is the perimeter wall. And it's a rare occasion where we're able to report that something came in under the engineer's estimate for that. And Andres Perez from our engineering department will present this item for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the introduction. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Again, Andres Perez and I will be presenting the award for construction contract for the perimeter wall at Dream Homes Park. Now, the Dream Homes Park is located in the Dream Homes neighborhood. It sits on a vacant lot just north of San Diego Drive between Mia Place and Chia Place. It is adjacent to the Whitewater River Channel and CB Link Trail. Now, this project and park has been in development for quite some time now, starting back in December of 21, where we received authorization, where the city received an award of $8.49 million from California State Parks, moving into design and completion, or engineering design and complete in August of 2023, and bringing us to where we are today, which is the construction bidding phase and future phase of construction starting next month. Now, today's focus is the perimeter wall. And the perimeter wall is here highlighted in red and will serve as a boundary or a barrier between the residents and the existing park and the future park facility. It will have entry points at Mia Place, San Diego Drives, Center Plaza, and Chia Place. And again, this is a 6-foot tall perimeter wall to provide security and privacy for community members. So staff decided to separate the bid just because of the magnitude of length for the wall, and we saw an opportunity to save 20 to 30% on markup costs by going directly to a wall contractor. Now, if the wall was included in the overall park project, the engineer's estimate is $1 million. So with that, staff solicited bids in August. It was advertised in the Desert Sun, on the Cathedral City website, and on the Planet Printworks plan room. And the bid opening took place 21 days later, and we received 3 proposals. Now, in front of you, you have the bid results, and the lowest responsive and responsible bidder was Urban Habitat from La Quinta, California. Now, the bid contract amount was for $795,000, or just over. Staff is recommending to add a 15% contingency of just over $119,000, bringing the total construction cost to just over $915,000. Now, fiscal impact, a reminder, the city received the $8.49 million from state parks. With all of our increments today, including the 6-foot high perimeter wall, our total is $2.76 million, and the remaining balance for the construction of the park as of today is $5.73 million. And based on our 5-year strategic plan, this reaches Goal B, community investment. Thus, as detailed in your staff report, staff recommends for City Council to award a construction contract to Urban Habitat in the amount of just over $795,000, approve a 15% contingency for any unforeseen construction costs, and which brings the total construction budget to just over $915,000. Also, authorize the city manager to execute the required contract documents, and authorize the city engineer to request bonds, insurance, and issue the notice to proceed. With that, this concludes my presentation. I'd like to hand it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Now, can you tell us what color block wall are we going to be using?
The block wall, I cannot remember it off the top of my head, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. And also, yes, and also the type of block. Is it going to be just plain block wall, or is it going to be a textured?
It will be textured, and I believe the call out is precision block. And I need to check those details, and I can get back to you on that as well, council member.
And also, are they going to be, the block wall, is it going to be completely flat? Do you know how many linear feet are there going to be total?
So the total feet for the linear wall, for the perimeter wall, is 3,140, I believe.
And are we going to have any columns in between every 30, 40 feet, 24 by 24?
No, the perimeter wall will run as one complete unit, though there will be pilasters at the ends where the openings are. So, for example, Mia, Chia, and at the entry point where the Center Plaza is. So,
yeah. Well, when you install columns that break down the block wall, it actually gives it a much better sight to the park and everything. So I would like to know if every 30 or 40 or 50 feet, if we install a column to break the wall and not make it just look flat 500 feet or 1,000 feet stretches, how much will it cost? Because it truly enhances a wall and doesn't look just like a plain wall. It actually breaks it down. And if we're able to install one every 40 feet or 50 feet, what would the cost be?
Something I can look into with the designer and my team.
I can answer that. Real quickly, we did look at something a little more elaborate that would do that, and it would add about 20 to 25% more to do pilasters, pilasters along the way of the wall, because you're bringing in a different block and you're breaking up the wall itself. The contractor has the ability to put in a proto wall, which allows speed in the construction that reduced the costs. So if they choose to go conventional or the proto, we were looking at that lower cost. In addition, what we did do is the landscaping in the areas is going to kind of break up that starkness of just a big long wall, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Council, anyone else? Public comments? Do we have any public comments?
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide comments on this item, please raise your hand.
That's you, Joe.
I don't believe there's anybody that wants to provide public comment.
Okay, we have a vote. Yes, we do.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. Moving on to E, approve policy for city baseball, softball fields reservation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This also is an item that has been to you, I think, twice already. And at the last time, you made some suggestions for some modifications to the policy and the fee schedule. Those now have been incorporated into the item that's before you. Andrew Lee from our engineering department will present this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Tonight, I'll be presenting the baseball softball field reservation application and the associated fees and policy manual. As mentioned, this has been brought back to you a couple of times, so we'll start with a recap of the background. On June 28th, at a City Council study session, City staff presented three main topics: the 10 parks owned and maintained by the City, park amenities, and specifically the baseball, softball fields and the concession stands, and the existing park reservations for park gazebos and AYSO soccer fields. Then again on August 23rd, City staff presented the application and the manual, and there were three main comments from the City Council for City staff to relook at. The first is that concession stands reservations needed to be made in conjunction with a baseball, softball field reservation. Secondly, to reevaluate the fees for concession stands. And the final comment was to remove the commercial groups for the use of concession stands. City staff has revisited this comment and will cover that in the coming slides. The purpose of the applications is to streamline the reservation process and to accommodate short-term and long-term reservations. The purpose of the fees and policy manual is to provide clear guideline and consistency in the reservation process, and we'll cover that on the next slide. So the fees and policy manual is included in your staff report, and it once again provides a general policy and guidance for the reservation process. It also includes a fee structure that introduces 4 different classifications for the different types of users that may be making reservations. First is residents, which will get the preferential rates, non-residents, non-profit organizations, and commercial groups. Now, in the fees and policy manual in your staff report, it was pointed out that there were some Scribner's errors. Those Scribner's errors have been corrected and shown on this slide. There was an omission of a phone number and clarification of the cancellation process. So the 3 City Council comments, the first is that concession stand reservations need to be made in conjunction with a baseball, softball field reservation. City staff revised the fees and policy manual to state concession stands can be reserved in conjunction with a baseball, softball field reservation for an additional cost. The use of concession stands without a baseball, softball field reservation will not be allowed. The second comment was to reevaluate the fees for the concession stands. City staff has revised the proposed fee schedule and aligns with the Desert Recreation District's rates. The third comment was to, again, remove commercial groups for concession stands. City staff is proposing to keep the commercial rates. There can be commercial events such as the Mary Nutter Collegiate Classic. They may request additional fields as well as the use of the concession stands. And another example could be an Amazon corporate event where they have a weekend field event and may want to use a concession stands. Now, a reminder, concession stand reservations now require a baseball, softball field reservation. The proposed fee structure shown on this slide, and as you can see, the fees are the same as last time with the exception of the concession stand use fee, which has been changed to an hourly rate to align with the Desert Recreation District's rates. The proposed fee structure is intended to offset a small portion of the city's investment into our parks. The competitive rates were validated by ClearSource Financial Consulting, and these fees provide a value for the reservation of the fields and really deters organizations from making reservations that will not be fulfilled. The proposed fee structure, once again, is aligned and competitive with others, and if approved tonight, will go into effect November 1st of this year with other city fee implementation. This agenda item aligns with the strategic plan through Goal B, community investment, Goal C, fiscal stability and sustainability, and Goal D, innovation. With that, city staff is requesting that the City Council approve the baseball softball field reservation application form and the respective fees and policy manual to implement the reservation process, and to also adopt the resolution approving the fee structure. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'll hand it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Ross.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you so much for all the efforts you've put into this. It won't come as a big surprise that my objections tonight are the same as they were last time. That to me, the fees are too much. So for a resident to rent a daytime use for 4 hours, to have 2 of those hours lit, and to have field preparation, administrative fee, and $100 for concessions, you're talking about $480. I find that excessive for residents. That doesn't mean that's not a fair price, and I want to be really clear about that. I just find that sometimes too much can just be too much, and it doesn't necessarily have to be inequitable. But even when you drop over to nonprofits, it's still $340 for 4 hours of use. It is with that reason alone that I will be voting no on this tonight. If you're looking under revised proposed fee structure, so if you do, it's on 583.
Give me a sec.
And I can't say, I'm not making any accusations that it isn't fair. I'm saying it's not equitable for me, and I'm uncomfortable with that. And so for that reason, I will be voting no on this. Thank you, though.
Councilmember Gregory?
So I want to echo thanks to you and your department for actually putting this together, because before we didn't have a way, and currently don't have a way for groups to be able to reserve these fields at all. And so this is something that has been desired. And thank you for taking our comments into consideration, make sure that we're properly aligned with everyone else. And I can feel my fellow council members' pain on this, but the truth of the matter is when we rent these fields out, that other people that want to come along and just use the space are not going to be able to. When they reserve the space, it's reserved for them. So it's only fair that the people that are doing that do so with some cost in mind and some type of reimbursement for the cost, since they're getting exclusive use. And I kind of equate it to how we didn't charge enough in our development fees for so long, and we just now are coming around to correct that. I think that if we're going to reserve city-owned facilities, even especially as pointed out with lights, you know, there's a cost to that. There's a cost for staff time to reserve it. There's a cost, if necessary, for staff to enforce or arbitrate, different users, those types of things. And I think that at least a portion of that cost should be borne by the user. I know you said that these costs were evaluated. My guess would be this doesn't recover full cost at all, and probably not even a super large percentage of full cost.
Yeah, it's a small portion of the
So while I can feel the pain to say, well, if a resident wants to rent, it's going to cost them, some money. If a nonprofit wants to rent, it's going to cost them some money. I can see the point, but the other point is it costs money to keep these parks up, and when they're open for public use, of course we can justify, well, everyone can use them, so that's coming out of the general. But when we reserve them for a certain period of time, I do believe that the users should be paying a portion of the cost. I think this is a reasonable reflection of a portion that they should be paying, and if they want to participate in these activities, then unfortunately that's a cost of doing this. And I also appreciate how, when doing your review, you also reviewed what others are charging and to make sure that we weren't out of alignment. So those are my comments, and I will be supporting tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, thank you for putting all the work into this item. I know that has taken a lot of your time and is definitely needed. I'm also not very pleased that we have not made this fully accessible to groups, nonprofit groups like Little League. If a nonprofit group like Little League wants to actually, which I've been called so many times regarding accessibility to our parks from Little League, and if we implement this and charge them approximately $350 or $330 per day, even for them to make a little bit of money off the food stand there, or the concession stand, there's no way to get money. They only use that to raise more money to actually pay for uniforms, to pay for referees, to whatever they need to do. So if they have to pay that much every single day that they play, when kids are only charged about $50 to participate for the whole season, I don't see how they can do it. Maybe we can actually look at this in the future, at least get Little League started for our residents and review to see how it works, and then possibly implement this. I still see that we still need to work on this. We need to come up with some kind of fee structure, but I still don't believe that this is the right numbers, the right amount of money to actually charge. So for that, I still believe that it should go back to a study session, or maybe in the future, once we get Little League started, then deal with it as issues arise. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to be at an impasse here, because I don't think it's out of line. I think it's pretty much it's a cost of doing business nowadays. Nothing is inexpensive anymore, as we all know. So at this particular time, I'm for it. So Charlie, I'm going to need some help here. Do we want to send this back? Or,
So I heard the council member say that he realizes that we need to move this process forward, but if these rates are found to be out of line, that's something we can address in the future. And I would agree with that. I might even support some discussion tonight about redoing the rates, although we've had this in front of us several times, but I don't see anybody here from Little League or anybody else. So, you know, I don't know what the council member's pleasure, but I'm still going to support it, and I would hope that he might support at least getting this on the books. And I don't think there's any problem with if we hear that, again, this is what others are charging in the area, but if we hear from them that this is becoming prohibitive, that we have some mechanism for them to either come back individually and ask for some relief, or we readdress the fees at that time. I just don't have see the need to keep kicking this down the road, because it makes it that we can't rent these fields. And of course, we can always go back and change the cost if we find they're not being utilized.
I totally agree with Councilmember Gregory. If we could go ahead and vote on it and pass it and test the waters, and, you know, just move this along. And Mr. City Attorney, we can always go back and regulate, or can we discount if we feel that the price is too high? How would we go about changing it if we voted?
Excuse me, these are only set by resolution. You can come back at any meeting and revisit the fees and reset them.
Okay, with that being said, we'll open up to public opinion or public comments.
So I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Terry?
Mayor Pro Tem, well, if we're able to actually go back and, well, we have a comment first.
Here we go. Hi, Terry.
Hi. I agree with the two council members that thought the costs were excessive. I think a lot of times we don't realize that our residents are struggling. We haven't come out of the pandemic like other cities have. And I think that the costs are excessive. Regardless of what the DRD charges, will our residents be willing to rent a baseball field for a 4-hour block, or they'll decide to not do that? And that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember
Yes.
Gutierrez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, if we allow Little League or any other organization like Peewee Football to come up to City Council and actually, if they have an issue with the fees, if we can allow them, if we can give them some kind of break or reduction on the fees, I'm in agreement with it.
Okay.
Because we do need something in the books, and then later on we can change them around, but we definitely need something. So I'm in agreement that if we're able to change them in the future to give them relief of some of the fees, I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Charlie, so if we go ahead and vote on this and it passes, do we want to still evaluate a change, or wait till Little League or somebody comes forward, or should
we would, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, we would always do that on anything. When any type of a new policy or procedure and fee schedule goes into place, we're going to evaluate, is it being used, is it having the effect that we wanted when we put it into place, which was to make sure that if somebody wants to reserve a field, that they're not competing with everybody else, that they can get it. And if there are issues with the amounts, then certainly we can revisit that at any time. So I don't think you're binding yourself to this forever by adopting this tonight.
No, but it probably would have been wise for us to look at that prior to the vote instead of expecting to put that.
Well, I think that was the
someone else's-
intent with the two previous study sessions, so.
But we haven't ever had a Little League or anybody come forward to talk about what they can.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we don't scare organizations like Little League to actually open up in our city. So if they do come up, I want to make sure that that if they have a question or an issue, to make sure that they mention it to staff. That staff brings it up. That is the possibility of council actually working with them is there. I want to make sure that they know that. so we don't scare them away, because I know that our kids really need it. So I just want to make sure
Absolutely.
that
We can
staff
roll
is
this
aware of
out in a thoughtful manner and make sure that everybody's aware of what it is. And if there are issues, we can certainly bring those back. Also, I think when you look at the whole table, Little League, for example, if it's a nonprofit group, at $10 an hour, not all the other things that you see on that list are going to be required every time they use a field. So they may not be as excessive in practice as what it looks like when you just go down the column and add everything else, because there may not be field preparation required every time. And the field cleaning is just a deposit that they'll get back. If it's, and so we can help make sure people understand all of that too, that you don't have to, based on, you only pay for what you use in this fee schedule.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Ross?
No,
You
no,
good?
I don't.
Okay, well, do we have we got a vote here? We got a second?
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale, and the motion carries with Councilmember Ross voting no.
All right, thank you very much. Discussion on future agenda items. Does council have any items want to be discussed? I see nothing. All right, well, we're going to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Good call. Be ashamed to